Hello and welcome to the USAPL Raw Nationals 2024. We are coming to you live from the Salt Palace Convention Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. My name is Gunnar Gronsky, and I'm joined here by my good friend and Midwest and Central Regionals 90-kilogram junior champion, Ben Johnson.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Nationals, Salt Lake City.
Ben, how are you feeling today?
I'm good. We're a long way from home, but I'm ready to watch some powerlifting. I don't know about you.
Absolutely. Here we're kicking off day 2, session 1. And Tammy Allen and Gabrielle Darties have the honor of starting us off, kicking off the action here on day 1.
We have Tammy Allen as a master lifter and Gabrielle as the open with 130 keys here.
The music is kicked on. Gino's excited. And the bar's loaded. Strong opening squat for Gabrielle. That's a good lift.
One red light from the middle judge. Here comes Tammy, 60 kg.
I was commentating with Jim yesterday, and he gave me a phrase that I think I'm going to keep with me. He said, "When's the last time you ever made 3 people happy at the same time?"
Well, that's a good point.
2 white lights will do it, make it a good lift.
It is enough. Here comes Tirsa St. Fort, 132 keys on the bar. Now, these are what we call openers, your first attempts, for those watching at home who are somewhat unfamiliar. These they should move very easy if you have the correct attempts selection.
As then showcased here by Tirsa.
And obviously, as the meet goes on, intensity goes up as you try to get a bigger total there. And if you fail your opener, it's bad news, I guess, is all we can say, because you cannot go down in weight from what you select. And here's Minnesota's own Maggie Stout from Kilo Strength Performance, where both me and Gunnar lift in beautiful St. Paul, Minnesota.
Sending 20 total athletes from one gym.
Really? There's 20 people from Kilo?
20 athletes. Wow. So Maggie Stout gets under the bar here. Steps out with a strong walkout. Ben, as a competing powerlifter, how important is it to get that first opening squat out of the way? A lot of nerves and a lot of excitement going into a meet. And once you've seen those, when you get those 3 white lights on the first squat, it kind of evens things out as you continue through the day, does it not?
It certainly does. Nerves are at an all-time high at the meet for your first squat. I think at least in my own personal experience, as soon as you get that done, really no matter how it goes, the nerves kind of wash away, and you just focus on lifting. Here comes Helen White, 70 kilos on the bar.
Strong lockout for Helen. Masters floor lifter. Helena begins her descent.
Easy opener.
Pops out of the hole with no issues. Good lifts on both platforms. We have another Master 4 lifter, Janice Havison, taking the platform platform 1 for opening squat.
Here's Isabella Tiles on platform 2. 137 keys.
A little fun fact, out of the 978 total lifters here competing over the 4 days at Raw Nationals, 15.5% of that 978 are Masters athletes.
Wow. Just goes to show you can be any age and do this. Strong squat.
Good lift for Isabella.
We're entering the 300s here on platform 2. That squat we just saw, 137 keys, is 303 pounds. 140 is about 308 pounds. As a 60-kilo woman, very impressive. And as an opener, no less.
There is definitely something to be said about the level of competition that are showing up here in Salt Lake City. Day 2, and the best news is it's only going to get heavier from here.
Easy opener from Grace. Here comes Kelly Matthews, 92 kilos on the bar.
140 kilos stays on the bar on platform 2 for Alyssa Wu.
We see Kelly Matthews here as a high bar squatter, which she has the bar, which is sort of normal in gym culture nowadays. High bar is the norm. However, low bar is the predominant style of squatting in powerlifting at the moment. Alyssa Wu with an easy 140 keys. Gunnar and I both squat low bars we were talking about. Low bar allows for a more bent over position when it comes to squat, and usually most people find more strength in it, contrary to high bar. I myself feel that way.
Judith with a strong 95-kilo opener.
That's right. Oh,
two red lights.
Here.
No lift for
no
Judith.
Lift.
Danielle sets her feet, getting ready to take this 142.5-kilo opener.
315 with ease.
Good lift for Danielle. 142.5 stays on the bar for Abigail Broche.
And we have Myra with 102 keys, about 225. Very nice.
An incredibly snappy squat, opening squat for Abigail. Very narrow stance and the arms tight to her body on the bar. And to what Ben was saying about low bar versus a high bar squat, really what you'll find on an individual basis for these athletes is they're trying to just figure out what's most optimal for them to push the most weight, and also what's most comfortable.
That's right. Powerlifting is in the end about moving the most weight, regardless of how exactly it looks. As long as it's in the rules, then, you know, you got to win.
Shell Moe and Madeline Painter, each stepping out.
Nice squat for Madeline and for Michelle. Two red lights on platform 1 there.
No lift for Michelle. As Lynn Pateg steps up for 115 kilos.
So red lights that you're seeing, you need at least 2 white lights for it to be a good lift, and 2 red lights or more is a bad lift. And the way they determine that is by the commands, squat depth, and there also can't be any interference or movement in the feet. Good squat from Evelyn. So those are where those red lights come from, so that there is a sort of criteria for everybody that's even across the board. A nice squat from Evelyn.
Yes, oftentimes you'll hear a powerlifter talk about the competition standard, and that's making sure that they're getting that squat, the hip crease as they're down in the bottom of the squat position, down below their knees, and then, you know, as just a matter of getting it back up, locking out, making sure the knees are locked. The squat is one of the, there's not a lot of commands they're receiving from the judges. You'll see as Caitlin takes her squat here, after the walkout, the head judge will give them a down command or a start command, and to which then the athlete is allowed to just take their squat, stand up, as Serena here is. Looks like a good lift.
And they do receive a rack command once their knees and hips are fully locked at the top.
Yes.
You cannot rack before that. We're moving on to second attempts here on platform 2. Now it starts to get heavier, a little bit more difficult. Should still be relatively easy. However, anything can kind of happen on meet day with travel, with hydration, with water and gut cutting.
Yeah, there are no shortage, as Gabrielle locks out that squat, no shortage of factors and variables that can contribute to a no lift for Gabrielle.
And there was a no lift.
No lift for Cheryl as well. And you'll notice, and if you talk to powerlifters, you'll understand that there are a wide variety of strategies and variables that go into the attempt selection as well. What athletes are hoping to accomplish, whether it's just a personal best or placement on the podium. Squats here kind of set the tone, you know, in building the total, and then positions start to really fall into place, getting closer to the end of bench, and especially, you know, people do say that the meet doesn't start till the bar or the weight hits the floor. Excuse me, that first deadlift.
Bit of a struggle with 137.
Maggie finishing that squat out. As we mentioned before, coming out of Minnesota, also worth mentioning, with those 978 lifters, the state with the highest amount of reputation is California with 127.
Wow.
21 lifters coming out of Utah, the home state here in Salt Lake City. 103 from Texas, 64 from New York, 59 from Florida, and 50 from Pennsylvania. Definitely a nationwide sport, and actually a worldwide sport, as we do have guest lifters from other countries as well.
142 keys for Helena. Looks good. And it is good.
Good lift for Helena. Isabella Tiles on deck here.
Here comes Katie using a over the thumb over grip on squat here. Pretty wide grip as well, which sort of is unconventional. Usually you see that with the much larger athletes, but for some people, if you have elbow tendonitis, elbow issues or shoulder issues, a wider grip can certainly be beneficial.
Yeah, and just another great example of, you know, a lifter and athlete figuring out what works best for them. You're going to see a lot of different shapes and sizes here on the platform and a lot of different approaches to each of these lifts.
145
Isabella.
keys. It's also a testament to, I mean, how open of a sport powerlifting is. It is for everyone. Anyone and everyone can do it.
Oh, absolutely. And we definitely encourage you to, you know, find a local powerlifter. If you're not into powerlifting already, if you're kind of watching a family member or a friend, find yourself a powerlifting gym. There will be, although they can look big and scary, there will be a friendly face that'll be happy to introduce you to a coach or, you know, a meet organizer, or, you know, somebody that can get you involved in the sport. Good lift for Jennifer.
3 white lights, and we are entering second attempts on platform 1.
Humming along very nicely here. Tirsa gets to the bottom of that squat. Locks out.
3 white lights.
Alyssa Wu will be taking 145 kilos as well on platform 2.
We're in what we call the raw lifting here. This is Raw Nationals. So there are no equipped lifters. Yes. Raw might not mean to us what it means to most gym goers. Raw to powerlifting means knee sleeves, a belt, and wrist wraps are allowed. Equipped means knee wraps, which are tighter. And is that also single ply as well?
The equipped lifting world is one I'm not entirely familiar with, but it is much more heavy-duty equipment than we see here on our
Certainly.
athletes. Tammy and Alyssa both locking out their squats.
Tammy may get a red light for that little step back. Yes.
What happened there with Tammy
Fortunately.
is as she locked out that squat, there was some foot movement, which can result in a yellow light or red lights from judges, making that a no lift.
Here comes Grace with 150 keys. 330 pounds. And Karen with 60 kilos.
Grace locking out that squat strong. And happy with that good lift.
And Karen with 2 red lights.
Oftentimes you'll see those 2 red lights. Those lights correspond. So what you don't see on that live stream is there are 3 national level judges positioned around that platform. And what you'll see oftentimes with those 2 side judges giving red lights is it oftentimes with the squat is going to be a depth call. The lifter did not get that hip crease below knee level.
And those depth calls are predominantly made by the side judges. They have the best view. However, the head judge can make that call as well.
Good lift for Abigail.
Helen White here, 75 kilos.
Fighting. Good lift for Helen. Let's see what the judges say.
It's a good lift.
Rewarded for her
All
effort
right.
there. 3 white lights for Helen.
Here comes Danielle, 152 kilos, 336 pounds. Well over double her body weight.
Locks out that squat.
And we'll see what they say about depth there. Unfortunate. 2 red lights. Janice with 80 kilos.
Leaves no doubt on the depth there. Let's see what the judges say.
They concur.
So now we have Judy stepping up, who missed her 95 kilo opener. And worth mentioning at this point is, in order to be able to qualify or post a total as an athlete here at Raw Nationals, you do have to have a successful attempt in each of the 3 disciplines of the lift. And what we were talking about earlier, Ben, about having those like nerves going into a meet,
Right.
just getting a good lift in here on the squat, it works wonders in kind of clearing up those nerves and excitement moving forward.
Does.
So let's go, Judy.
95.
So we have 160 kilos on the bar for Evelyn.
Let's see what the judges say. All right.
Good
3
lift
white
for
lights.
Judy. She is in the meet. Evelyn positions herself, sets up under that bar.
Very nice.
Very strong squat for Evelyn.
Excellent.
We're going to have Caitlin Del Piano taking the last second attempt squat here for session 1, flight A on platform 2.
Kelly Matthews with 95 kilos. 2.5 kilo jump from her first attempt.
A good effort by Kelly to get that squat. So just to give those watching at home a little insight as to the kind of the process of a powerlifting meet. So when these athletes weighed in this morning, they submitted, while with their weight, they also submitted their opener attempts for each of the 3 lifts. After completing their opener, as Caitlin Del Piano just hit her second here, either the athlete themselves or oftentimes they'll have a coach or a handler backstage, which we can't see with them. then have a minute after the successful completion of a lift to submit their next attempt.
And that will come into play with third attempt deadlifts.
Absolutely. That's kind of where the gamesmanship and strategy comes in for powerlifting, as Michelle locks out that 105 kilo squat.
Here's Gabrielle with 135.
And secures herself into the meet. Redemption on that 105 kilos. Gabrielle retaking 135 kilos for third attempt.
Let's see what the judges say about her depth here. All right.
Good lift for Gabrielle. Gabrielle has closed out her squats. 135 kilos. Going to move her into the bench press.
And here comes Mariah with 107 kilos. High bar squatter. Certainly looks good. And it is good.
Maggie Stout stepping out, taking a 2.5 kilo jump from her second here, 140 kilos on the bar.
Again, Minnesota's own, hailing from Kilo Strength Performance in St. Paul. Maggie can put her head down and grind out a squat if she really wants to. She's hit this weight before in training.
Here we go, Maggie.
Very nice.
There we go.
Excellent.
She's happy with it.
Let's see what the judges say. All right.
3 white lights, 140 kilos on the squat for Maggie Stout.
Excellent way to start the day. And that's what this is all about, really. I mean, powerlifting, you do have to have a pretty short memory, you know, if things go wrong.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can't let, missing any number of attempts, you can't let that affect you moving it, because, I mean, you miss your first squat, you still have 8 other attempts to go for other lifts.
That's right.
You can't let that bring you down for the rest of the day, as Lynn gets a good squat here at 120.
Kilos.
Cheryl steps up on platform 1 with that 120 as well. Alyssa walking out that 150 kilos.
Spotter team's doing a great job, as always. Excellent squat from Alyssa.
Looked like a very good weight selection as well.
Mm-hmm. And
good
Cheryl
lift
here on platform 1.
Looking good in the all white. Cheryl.
Very nice. That's her second attempt with 120. And it is good.
Good lift for Cheryl. She is in the meet. And we have all our lifters here in Flight A of Session 1 are now in the meet. They have a squat posted and can breathe a little easier moving into these final attempts and onward into bench and deadlift.
That is one dangerous thing about your first squat selection is if it is too heavy or something goes wrong, you cannot go down from your previous selection. As Isabella squats 152 with more in the tank. But yeah,
good
you are
lift for
unable to
Isabella.
go down in weight after that, and you're screwed if it's too heavy for you.
Serena, good fight for that 125. 3 white lights.
Here comes Tirsa with 152 kilos, 336 pounds. And these plates may look a little bit different than you're used to at normal commercial gyms. These are kilo plates. They're significantly thinner and denser.
And not to mention the nice weights we have here. USAPL branded. Fight for it, Tirsa. No lift here on the 152 third attempt.
From our spotter team. Here comes Katie.
Our lifters here today lifting on those, as you can see, USAPL branded Texas Strength Systems racks and bars.
Excellent bars, if I say, and racks. And those chrome steel plates are mighty cool looking. I'm jealous they get to lift on those.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about the growth of the appearance and presentation of this sport, and having the chance to have walked around this venue, all the effort and all the work that's going into both behind the scenes And, you know, as you're seeing right here by both the athletes, spotters, loaders, coaches,
Nice
there's a lot of good hard work that goes into this.
There certainly is, and like I said, I gave a little shout out to the spotter teams out there, and
of course
we have Minnesota's own on platform 2, who we know.
Good lift for Helena.
We got a sign, Gino holding up behind Robin. Can't quite read it, but
let's go gold, Robin.
let's go gold, Robin.
Gino's support and approval.
All right. Team Tuffy. Let's see it. Very nice.
Very strong spot for Robin. We see Danielle taking, she had missed at 152.5 seconds, but still deciding to move up to 155. Oftentimes what you'll see happen is there are athletes who will, you know, get red lighted or have a failed attempt on a more technical point of the lift and still have that strength, as Daniel did here, moving up, still getting that 155 good lift. You know, there's I've heard coaches talk about this before. There's strength fails and there's technique fails. And if you have the strength to keep, you know, building that total and still move up and take that, you know, heavier third attempt, why not do it? There's no point in leaving kilos on the platform.
Certainly so. And those technique fails can, like we were talking about earlier, be kind of part of the nerves. And you can see it a lot on squats, and that is typically the lift I have the most fear with of doing that is my first squat. It's gray squats, 155 with ease. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites.
Jennifer, good squat on platform 1. You'll see also, as the spotters adjust them back, the capabilities of those Texas Strength Systems platforms. Another, we've been mentioning a little bit about lifters' preferences and styles and techniques. Those rack arms have the capability of moving in, like you kind of see on that left arm there, or out, or just straight up as they're set up on platform 2. And that is just a matter of sometimes, you know, being able to move those racks allows for the lifter to get the bar height in the perfect position. You know, it's very important for a lifter to feel as though that bar is in the exact right spot. Great squat, great fight for Abigail on platform 2.
347 pounds, and it's a good lift.
Good lift.
Tammy Allen starting third attempts on platform 1 here.
Yes, but it's a matter of, you know, when something feels off, it's hard to perform at your highest.
Certainly so.
157.5 kilos staying on the bar.
60 keys. Let's see what the judges say. Our first third attempt here. It's good. 2 highlights.
Good lift for Tammy. Moving up from that failed second.
All right.
Getting rewarded for it.
157 keys for Madeline. It looks good. And it is.
Karen retaking this 60-kilo squat for her third attempt. Let's get behind her.
Very
a
nice.
Strong squat from Karen.
You can see she's using heel shoes there on their squat. And there's 2 different schools of thought when it comes to squat here. Either works better for your individual person. Evelyn here is using flat soles. I think those are Avankas with 167 keys.
And
she fights through.
She's
with
happy
a smile
with
on her face.
Evelyn,
that's
enough. A good lift.
That's enough.
And you'll see it. The one red light she did receive on that squat, for if you continue to pay attention to that graphic on your screen, it's going to indicate that white or red light being the main issue. Underneath, you'll either see a red, yellow, or blue symbol. What happened there is Evelyn had that blue symbol, which could be either an up and down movement. Oftentimes it is up and down movement on that squat bar. And it looks like one of the side judges may have seen that, while Helen, no lift on that third attempt.
Here's Kaylin wrapping up this flight. 175 keys. Almost fights through.
Fighting for it.
However, if she would have gotten through that last grind there, it likely would have still been red lighted. As Gunnar was talking about with those blue and yellow and red lights. Blue, most of the time, is an indicator of up and down movement. That is the most common fault that the blue is used for. And that would have likely been called on that squat. But not, still, so much strength.
Excellent fight, yeah.
Janice here at 85 keys.
Janice, steady and strong.
Very nice. You can see she is also wearing heeled shoes as well for her squats.
Good lift for Janice.
8 and opening with 87.
We're kicking off Flight B here on platform 2.
There is something to be said about equipment choice, and if you're looking for good equipment, you can turn to our sponsor, one of our sponsors here, A7. Make excellent sleeves, singlets. I mean, all the powerlifting gear you could really want.
Yes, you will be seeing a lot of A7 on the chests of our athletes here today.
I myself use A7 sleeves. As soon as I bought them, I have never looked back since.
Samantha Browning, guest lifter here at day 2 of USAPL Raw Nationals.
And here's Kelly Matthews, 97 keys.
Just as a quick recap, with Flight A on platform 2, the heaviest squat belonging to Evelyn Jerome with 167.5
Kelly
kilos.
Matthews with a massive fight. Excuse my interruption.
No worry, no, that's a fun lift to talk about.
3 white lights. What a battle.
So we move into Flight B, moving along on Flight B, platform 2. Emma Mancine, 92.5 kilos.
These are our Teen 2 lifters. And we have masters on the other platform. A testament to how open of a sport powerlifting is. Anyone of any age can do this.
Absolutely. It just starts with a gym membership.
That's right. Well, it is nice to have comp equipment like we do at Kilo Strength Performance. You know, you can't do it anywhere.
Good squat from Emma. 125 on the bar for Samara.
Here's 100 keys for
Judy.
Judy. Wow.
Great squat.
Oh, 2
No
red
lift
lights.
from the judges.
No lift. I do want to make it clear that our view here is significantly worse than the judges, so we are not calling into question
Without a doubt.
their judgment. We have just a single view here on our live stream. Samara with the easy opener.
Quick work of that 125. 3 white lights to show for it.
And Michelle Moe with 107. 237 pounds.
A great fight. Dare I say a perfect attempt selection for Michelle and a good lift.
Very nice.
Hannah Peterson stepping up to the platform. Platform 2, a Minnesota lifter surrounded by the Minnesota spotting and loading team, ready to take this first 150 kilo squat. Let's go, Hannah.
Hannah is a lifter that Gunnar and I are also familiar with. She lifts at Kilo Strength Performance out in St. Paul with us, and along with Maggie, who we talked about earlier. Excellent opener.
Strong squat for Hannah as Myra walks back her 3rd attempt squat here on platform 1.
248 pounds with more in the tank.
Kristen Vilcek, 150 kilos on the bar, getting under that thing with authority.
Now our previous lifter on platform 2 here, Hannah, she had been dealing with a back injury for quite some time leading up to this Nationals. However, she has pushed through it and, you know, is obviously out there competing. And I mean, that's just a testament to all of these athletes' perseverance and the capability to grind through whatever they need just for the sake of the sport, for the sake of competing, for the sake of the love of the game, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. It takes a lot to get here, and you know, to be rewarded with good lifts on the platform, it's all you can ask for. As Kristen posts a good opener at 150 kilos, Marlon Hubbard The green A7 kit here, stepping up under the bar. Lynn, a great fight on that third attempt squat, platform 1.
And here comes Mara walking out 152.
No lift for Lynn.
Speedy opener. Here comes Cheryl Stewart in the all-white attire. And there's that A7 singlet. We were talking about that. I myself own and use the A7 singlet, and I have no plans on switching.
As do I.
Very comfortable, breathable.
Charles C. Eith, 155 kilos.
Great fight through 125 keys. Let's see what the judges say. It's a good lift. 2 white lights.
Love to see it. Strong first attempt for Charles C. And a good lift.
I'd like to piggyback on something we talked about earlier with the variety of lifters we have here at Nationals. Both in this case in age. Our oldest athlete competing here is 84, and our youngest is excuse the interruption.
Heather Grinkley getting to the bottom of that squat, 157.5 kilos. Good lift across both platforms. Yes, but to the point Ben was making, we have a wide range and variety of athletes ranging from our a handful of teen lifters making up a 12.5% of the total of 978 lifters here, as well as we've seen plenty of strong squats from our masters lifters here on both platforms.
Which make up almost 16% of the athletes competing here. And I mean, for some, even moving around that age is a challenge, much less powerlifting.
Gabriella, good lift.
135 keys, fighting through it, Serena.
Fight it. A fantastic squat for Serena. Let's see what the judges say.
3 white lights, it's good.
35 kilos is good.
All right.
And the crowd, we can hear the crowd. They're happy about that one as well. Amanda Lacasse, 162.5 kilo opener. Squat rack set in for her. She prepares underneath the bar. Very steady walkout. Let's go, Amanda.
Robin Ray getting fired up. Second to last squat of the flight here. 135 kilos on the bar. Her second attempt moved pretty quick, so this should be good.
Good lift on platform 2.
Wearing the USA singlet. She also uses thumb over grip on squat like Gunnar and myself.
Let's get this, Robin.
Steady walkout.
Anna Ayala steps up, 167.5 kilos. Deep
All
squat
right.
for Robin and no trouble.
Holy moly. 2
Good
white lights.
lift.
That's enough.
Anna locks out. Good lift on platform 2. And out steps Jennifer here, going to be the heaviest squat of flight A on platform 1 here.
336 pounds, 152 kilos.
Closing out a flight is always a good feeling.
Oh, yeah.
Sierra prepares herself under the bar. 170 kilos for the opener.
Wow. Relatively quick work.
Good fight for it. You'll see Sierra has one of the squat arms, and again, just kind of, you'll hear me keep saying this, the variety of styles and techniques that these lifters bring. It's a matter of, when you power lift long enough, you figure out what works for you, and you try to apply that to every lift that you do.
That's right. As we saw Jennifer there with the more narrow stance juxtaposed with Sierra's, and a good lift with 175.
Jessica bringing the energy to the platform. That's what we love to see here. It's easy to really tap into the energy of the production with these video screens, these platforms. It's a privilege to sit back here and watch this team work to make this competition happen.
It's also a reminder to athletes that being on the platform is fun. You're supposed to have fun.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, you see Jessica there smiling after her attempt. I mean, this is fun. It's a culmination of all your work, and it's a lot of fun. It's the most fun I've had competing in anything.
Yes, definitely a rewarding feeling. And here we go, Celia.
With
30 keys, crushes it. No lift for Celia.
I could not see why they called that. What color were the lights?
Those were yellow lights, yellow is kind of the catch-all as far as the lights that the judges give. It could be any number of reasons for that failed squat there. It could be a command miss.
Likely commands, like with nerves we were talking about. It is not super uncommon to kind of forget about the whole commands thing.
Madison Lewis, strong.
Keys.
185 opener on platform 2. Good lift for Madison.
And we'll certainly see commands become an issue with bench.
Yes.
That is the primary one.
Bench definitely, in my opinion, being one of the more, arguably the most technical lifts of the 3 here on the platform.
I agree. There are 3 commands when it comes to bench, which we'll go over more once we get to that. But in squat, like we said, there are only 2. And a deadlift, there's only 1.
Hayden Bain, a Teen 2 lifter. Astride the platform with a Masters 1 again, and the point to be made that powerlifting really is an accessible sport, and you can reach great heights. This is the national stage, and we have such a wide variety of athletes. As Aiden completes that squat, good lift for Aiden on that second attempt,
and a good lift for Shara.
We got second attempts started off here thanks to Aiden here on platform 2, flight B.
Not a good lift for Shara. Excuse me. 2 red lights. Gunnar himself competes tomorrow. And
yes.
What time is that?
That's session 2 starting at 1 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time.
And
I consider myself privileged to be able to be here and watch these athletes compete and kind of get familiar with the venue. And it gets me excited seeing people happy, seeing people competed. It really is. It's such a unique sport in that way that where everybody's, although it is a competition, and good lift for Eleni, excuse me. And there are final placements. It is being in the warm-up room of a meet like this, a USAPL meet, is kind of a unique competitive experience.
Certainly so.
There's a lot of camaraderie, a lot of friendliness. Emma Mancine, strong squat, 97.5 kilos. Teen 2 lifter. Give her some white lights.
With 87. It certainly is a privilege. The atmosphere of a powerlifting meet is kind of unlike any other. There is some degree of competitiveness, but
good lift for Nandy.
Also, it's a culmination of everybody's work, and really it just kind of depends on how much effort you put in and if the fruits of your labor will show up on meet day. And really, there's not much you can do to hinder anyone else, and that's 3 red lights.
Samantha Browning, looks like that would have been a depth call. Sazna Jabari.
It is certainly a unique competitive experience.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, as someone who's played sports growing up, I have a hard time comparing it to any other, sport that I had played.
Sazna with 92.5 opener here.
Very steady, very controlled squat for Sasna. Locks it out.
Samara
Samara.
with 132. 7.5 kilo jump from her previous attempt. Hannah Peterson with a 10 kilo jump, 160. And while I may be somewhat unfamiliar with how exactly they do them, there is some science to and a school of thought when it comes to making these jumps between your 3 attempts. You know, you obviously want to finish with the heaviest you can, but you don't want to go so heavy that you have a high chance of not securing the lift.
Absolutely. Yeah, there, especially with squats here, as Deborah gets down to the bottom of hers, 102.5 kilos.
Hannah with 160. Very nice.
Strong squat for Hannah. Good lift for Deborah. Giving it your all in the squat could leave, shorten your, ability to complete a heavier deadlift. It's there's a lot of strategy when it comes to a relationship between the athlete and the coach in these attempt selections.
Certainly. And especially being familiar with your athlete as a coach. It is of the utmost importance.
Kristen, a lot of focus into the second squat. Amy. Strong and steady there on platform 1.
Kristen walking out 162, 12.5 kilo jump from her previous attempt. So that's the brace.
Narrow stance.
And it's good.
And a good lift. 162.5 is staying on the bar for Mar. Clara Baldessano looks like representing the University of Pittsburgh. Pitt steps under the bar.
Here's Charlesy with 162 keys again. Both wearing wrist wraps up squat.
Outside of having your name in the record book, when you hit that record, Gino's raising your hand on the platform.
No better feeling. Not that I have hit a record of any kind, but I have had my hand held by Gino.
Cheryl with a good lift on platform 1. Isabella Tiles.
Excuse me, that's not flight C. We are starting bench for flight A. Sorry, the lifting cast threw me off. My apologies.
Christina Lund, 95 kilos on platform 1. As the spotters and loaders prepare for bench on platform 2.
On the TSS pad. My personal favorite rack and pad to bench on, my opinion.
Absolutely. Sazna Jabari, 97.5 kilos. Gets into position under the bar there.
About 215 pounds.
Controlled descent, gets that depth. And a very strong third attempt squat.
Yeah, probably could have loaded 100 keys. But that's the whole game of it. You never know until it's on the bar, and there is sometimes some shoulda, coulda, woulda when it comes to powerlifting here.
Good lift for Sazna.
We'll be starting bench here soon on platform 2.
Eleni Green. 100 kilos on the bar. Team 3 lifter, platform 1.
And once bench starts on both platforms, we'll go over the rules and, like we talked about, the commands and the technical aspects of bench.
No
good
lift
catch
for
by the
Eleni.
spotters.
Good effort, though. And for those at home wondering why you might be seeing two different things between our split live stream here, so there's could be any number of reasons as to why one flight might run fast, or one platform might run faster than the other, which could be due to flight sizes. I mean, athletes are granted, that minute once the bar is loaded, and some athletes are just naturally faster at taking their lifts than others. The spotters and loaders, they kind of set the pace for a platform. So platform 2 is finished up here. You can kind of see on the live stream there, they have a 10 minutes from that last squat being completed. Automatically as just kind of a rest time to prepare for bench. The athletes are back there warming up. And we have Nandi Zai here, 102.5 kilos. Finishing that squat strong.
Excellent.
Platform 1.
Cool singlet, too.
And a good lift. So yes, on platform 2, a 70-kilo bench awaits Isabella Tiles while we finish out platform 1 here on squats.
And our stream is buckled again, it seems. Like Gunnar has said before, it would be a miracle if there were no technical difficulties here. That is, if you can even still hear me. tuning back in, we are dealing with some monitor issues yet again. So we will update you via LiftingCast here.
But no worries here, coming to you live. First benches, platform 2 in the Salt Palace, Salt Lake City, Utah, USAPL Raw Nationals 2024. Helena Wu, 80 kilo bench opener. Three white lights. Gabrielle Dardis stepping up with 82.5 kilos. Meanwhile, we have that 10-minute timer going for the restitution time on platform 1 while the athletes warm up backstage.
And once again, massive apologies for these technical issues that we are dealing with here.
Good lift for Gabrielle. Five kilos getting added onto the bar for Alyssa Wu. And as we had mentioned with the squat, brought up the why we have a timer going on that graphic and on the LiftingCast, with that 1 minute timer being started after the head judge calls bars loaded. You don't often see people timing out on squats or deadlifts necessarily, but bench is kind of where that really more so comes into factor with more elaborate and technical setups on the bench press.
Sure.
While Alyssa, oh yeah, absolutely.
So with squat, like we discussed earlier, you walk out of squat, your knees and hips are locked, and then you get the squat command. You stand back up, knees and hips locked again, you get rack. With bench, you can opt for lift-off, which is where one of the spotters will take the bar off the rack for you and hold it over your shoulders. You receive the start, press, and rack command, so there are 3 commands. The start command comes when you have your buttocks, your back, and feet all touching, well, feet on the floor, obviously, and then everything else touching the bench. And the bar is motionless. You will get the start command, and you lower it to your chest. And once the bar is motionless on your chest, you will receive a press command, which is when you send the bar back upward. And as soon as the bar is motionless above your shoulders yet again, that's when you see rack, and you put it back on the rack. It does take some getting used to when you start powerlifting, the commands and holding it for that long. And you can't heave your bench after the bar is motionless. You cannot heave. But some people will heave into their chest until it's motionless and then launch it out almost. We know a few lifters who do that. But the most common type of bench you'll see is called the soft touch, which is where they slowly lower it, barely touch their chest with tension still on, and then send it back up with the press command.
Good lift for Danielle. Yeah, there's a lot of technical width in the bench press. You'll see a lot of different setups.
Certainly.
Grip lengths, arches, positions. While we watch here on platform 1 and 2, as the bench presses continue onwards here in day 2 of USAPL Raw Nationals 2024.
And it looks like on platform 2 we are entering the 100 kilo plus territory. These last 3 lifters here.
Yeah, we have got some strong openers here. Evelyn and Abigail are going to be closing out the flight openers for bench on flight A on platform 2.
For those at home, 102 kilos is just over 225. The coveted 2 plates, as you will. And these are first attempts.
Yeah, and speaking to all the technical aspects of the bench press that Ben was just describing, this isn't, going to the local YMCA and repping out 185, 225 pounds as many times as you can. There's a very, it's a very technical and a very precise lift for these power lifters. Well, Abigail with a huge bench opener, 110 kilos.
Wow.
Worth mentioning, Abigail also one of the heaviest squats, tied with Helena Wu in Flight A. Waiting the result here on that 110 kilo press. Abigail, good lift on that 110.
With the highest subtotal now, too. Over 20 keys above.
Yes, and this is when we'll start paying more attention to these totals that these lifters are posting, as you know, the benches start to come in, and especially once we get to deadlifts, that's really when the jockeying for position starts to shuffle into
Certainly
place.
Does. I myself am not the best squatter or bencher. However, I have a decent deadlift. So at the past competitions I've been taken from 6th or 5th place up to podium level. And a lot can change in the deadlift, and you can kind of, like Gunnar said, game for last pull and put in bluff calls for your pull, for the 3rd pull, to try to secure the last pull. And there's lot numbers, there's all sorts of stuff that goes into it. And to be honest, a lot of it goes over my head because I am there just to lift. I've never handled. I don't know if you have any more information about that, but maybe we're at the same level.
I'm very much when I'm competing as a power lifter, letting my coach handle things and do those calls. But yes, we will start to see and do our best to point out when those like attempt changes are coming in, and the flight orders shuffled around as we get into deadlifts.
I know some lifters prefer to know of like how close the competition is during the lift, and I know for some people that is fuel to their last deadlift or whatever it may be. I myself am the opposite. I don't want to know. When I was at regionals, I had no idea that I was even pulling for the win for my last deadlift, and I think I wouldn't have been able to do it had I known. But for some people, that is part of, it's like we talked about earlier with the differences in energy levels and how you get amped up. If you're calm, if you're angry, whatever. It is just whatever it takes to win.
Absolutely. And, it also speaks to the kind of the elevated competitive stage here at Nationals.
Certainly.
With the stakes being high, people jockeying for those podium positions. It's really does get exciting to watch here.
Very much so.
And worth pointing out here on Platform 2, Flight A, every athlete hit all, their squat openers and bench openers. So we've got a pretty clean meet running here for Flight A on Platform 2, excuse me.
Locked in so far.
Successful attempts from all our athletes so far on the seconds. Madeline Painter, 82.5 kilos on the bar.
Platform 1 is starting bench any second here, very soon. Opening with 30 keys from Tammy.
No lift for Madeline Painter.
Could you tell if it was blue or yellow? I couldn't see.
Gabrielle Darty, 87.5 kilos, which will stay on the bar for Helena Wu on deck.
Here's a fun fact that I actually did not know this. State records, you can only take 2.5 kilo jumps at the least, but for national or more records, you can take 0.5 or, like we saw earlier, 1 kilo jumps if you want.
Yeah. Breaking out the change plates for American records. Good lift for Gabrielle. Now Helena, worth paying attention to what might end up being a battle between Helena Wu and Abigail Broche, with the both posting a, bear with me here, I apologize, disregard that.
Well, I think Gunner's point is all of these lifters are incredibly close to each other at skill level, and it really can be anyone's game when it comes to this level of, elite competition.
Yes, the national stage. Good lift for Helena Wu.
And it will come down to the kilos. Sometimes you can total the same total as someone else, and you can win on just having a slightly lighter body weight. If you have the same body weight and the same total, the winner goes to the lower lot number, if I recall correctly. Correct? There is something to do with lot numbers. I am pretty certain it's the lower lot number, essentially who signed up first. But that's a very rare occurrence, needless to say.
Alyssa Wu, successful lift, 90 kilos on platform 2, as we've gotten underway here on platform 1 as well. Successful attempts from Tammy Allen at 30 kilos, Karen Baldwin at 40 kilos, and Janice Havison at 47.5 kilos, while Lynn steps up with 50 kilos on the bar. Caitlin Del Piano, platform 2, 92.5 kilos. Good lift for Caitlin. While Danielle has 95 loaded on the bar, platform 2. Lynn, good lift on platform 1. Helen White, 55 kilos on the bar. Good lift for Danielle Resnick on platform 2. Breaking into the triple digits there on platform 2, Evelyn Jerome, 107.5 kilos. Helen White, successful lift with that 55 kilos. Our next two lifters on platform 2 will be taking 107.5 kilos. While Judy steps up platform 1, 57.5 kilos.
Looks like Abigail will be closing up second attempts with 115 keys. I mean, that's a lifetime bench goal for most people, much less a second attempt.
Successful lift for Evelyn, 107.5 kilos. Looking to follow up that effort is Tirsa St. Fort. Judy successful on platform 1 with that 57.5. Cheryl Stewart, 60 kilos to be attempted on the opener, excuse me. Good lift for Tirsa. And Abigail is going to be taking 115 kilos for her second attempt. I'm excited to see what that third attempt is going to be after she gets this. Cheryl Stewart, successful on that 60 keys.
Unfortunately, we still cannot see the live stream, so we won't really be able to gauge the speed of her 115 press, but we do have the lights, red and white lights here, and then the completion that we have access to. Unfortunately, no viewing of the lifts themselves.
Myro Armijo, 62.5 kilos.
Looks like Abigail got it.
Good lift for Abigail as we eagerly await that third attempt selection to be entered into LiftingCast.
I'm going to wager 120. She might just send it. We don't know the speed, but we'll see.
I'd love to see it.
I would love to see it.
Successful lift on platform 1, Myra, as Serena prepares for 65 kilos. No lift on the third for Isabella Tiles. 82.5 being loaded for Grace Rummel on platform 2.
Still no third attempt selection from Abigail.
Good attempt for Serena on platform 1. Kelly Matthews also taking an attempt at 65 kilos for her opener. That attempt is successful for Grace. 82.5 kilos, platform 2. Kelly Matthews is going to be taking 65 on platform 1. Michelle Moe awaits, bumping up 2.5 kilos on platform 1 on deck. Good lift for Kelly, platform 1. Michelle Moe with a good attempt on platform 1, 67.5 kilos. Katie Vanderploeg, 75 kilos for her opener.
Excuse us for a moment. We're having some brief technical difficulties. Again, apologies for all these interruptions here. We're dealing with some GPU issues, some overload with the stream and stuff. So again, apologies. And we are back. All right, we are still only using LiftingCast. We still do not have the live footage of the platforms, so bear with us, please. But however, we are moving into bench 2 and platform 1, and in the midst of bench 3 on platform 2. And it looks like Abigail did load 120. All right, I do wish we could see it.
Excited for that. Tammy Allen, no lift for her second bench, 32.5 kilos. Karen Baldwin upping the score, 10 kilo jump for her second attempt from the previous main effort by Tammy. 100 kilos for Danielle Resnick on platform 2.
Gonna correct me if I'm wrong because of these colors, but it looks like we've only had 2 failed third attempt benches on platform 2 there so far.
So far, yes, we have a very strong flight going here on platform 2, flight A. Jim Battenfield and I were on the commentary team for the session 1 yesterday, and he made the remark that if you're following along on LiftingCast, or if you've ever used LiftingCast to view a meet, once these attempts and start to really roll in, the board starts to light up like a Christmas tree, all these greens and reds.
It is festive.
Very festive. The vast majority here is green, which we like to see.
We do like to see that.
Good effort, 95 kilos, good lift, Caitlin Del Piano. Janice Havison, 50 kilos on the bar for her second attempt bench, platform 1.
Looks like Danielle did fail 100 keys a moment ago.
Had taken a 5 kilo jump from second to third.
And here's Evelyn with a 2.5 jump from 107.5 to 110. Looks like she secured it. 277 kilo subtotal.
Janice Havison, no lift on that 50 kilo second attempt.
And it looks like with these final 2 benches, we are over the 200, well over the 250 kilo mark for the subtotal with Danielle and Abigail. Abigail closing in. Abigail and Danielle even closing on 300 soon for their subtotals. Only a matter of time in their lifting careers. But deadlift will certainly seal the deal, as we have Abigail, who will open with 167.5. A lot of 160 plus.
187.5.
Oh, excuse me. I'm a little far from the screen. 187.5.
Good lift for Lynn
And
on platform 1. Helen White's going to be loading 57.5 kilos. We have 120 kilograms on the bar for Abigail Broche's third attempt.
A massive bench. In the gym, I mean, not using competition loading, which is the 2.5 kilo collars. That would be 2 reds, 2 25 kilo plates on each side. Here it is 1 25 kilo plate, a 20 kilo plate, a 2.5, and a collar. And they use those calibrated collars in the interest of the fact that they are more stable, because they can be hand cranked down essentially. There's 2 mechanisms that hold the plates on. One that secures the clip to the bar itself, and one that pushes the plates into the sleeve. It looks like we got a successful 120 press from Abigail. But yeah, that's why the plate loading is a little different here than you would see normally at a powerlifting gym, much less a commercial gym with pound plates. bars are also significantly sharper here than what you might find at your local commercial gym.
Absolutely.
And that is kind of a double-edged sword. You know, it doesn't feel very good on your hands when you got a lot of weight. I myself deadlift hook grip. Gunner does mixed, and we have both torn skin on the bars, which is an occurrence that can happen. It's not good, but the Neuralink certainly does help with grip on squat and deadlift, certainly.
Securing and holding on to that bar. Helen White, successful attempt, platform 1, as well as Judy Drenth, 62.5 kilos, platform 1. Cheryl Stewart's going to be bumping it up to 65 kilos for her second attempt bench on platform 1. Emma Mancine opened up flight B on platform 2, 42.5 kilos. That same weight is staying on the bar for Samantha Browning. As we look here, too, you've heard us use the term subtotal. Subtotal just refers to the addition of a lifter's heaviest successful squat and heaviest successful bench. And looks like for flight A on platform 2, we have a tie between Evelyn Jerome and Abigail Baroche at 277.5 kilos moving into the deadlifts. And this is something just to pay attention to as we move into those deadlifts. As again, we will reiterate that jockeying for position is really going to ramp up with the deadlifts here.
However, the significant difference between those two athletes is Evelyn is opening at 152 kilos on deadlift. Meanwhile, Abigail is opening at a whopping 187.5.
Successful attempts here on platform 1 as well. Cheryl Stewart, 65 kilograms, and Myra Armijo looking to take 67.5. While we continue on flight B here, Aiden Bain, 55 kilos on the bar for the opening bench. Samara making a big jump, 70 kilos from the previous lifter, opening. And 70 kilos on the bar as well for Kelly Matthews' second attempt bench on platform 1.
And to piggyback what Gunnar said about the subtotal and how it accounts for your heaviest bench and heaviest deadlift, that is the case for all of your actual total. Your total is the squat plus your bench plus your deadlift, all your best. But like we discussed earlier, if you don't have a successful attempt of one of them, you just do not have a total. You
Correct.
need one successful lift per. And that's kind of the issue of if you load too much on your first attempt and for some reason on the day you cannot lift that, you have 2 more attempts to try it, but it is a mistake that you do not want to make.
Kelly Matthews' successful attempt, 70 kilos, platform 1. Shell Moe will be taking the same weight. Amanda Lacasse on platform 2 is taking 80 kilograms for her bench opener.
Coming back into the media room here.
Have a good lift on platform 2, Amanda Lacasse.
Gino, for those watching at home, is the well-dressed tall man who does the emceeing for a lot of USAPL's meet. He is very famous within this niche community. Great guy, super funny. He obviously does an excellent job at emceeing and getting the crowd going.
Yes, if you've seen him once, you'd remember it.
It is a pleasure to have him here.
Michelle, successful 70-kilo attempt. Serena Arabe, 72.5 kilos on platform 1. Gabriela Nunes, successful on that 85-kilo opener. Kristen Vilcek is going to be bumping up to 90 kilos for her opener, platform 2. Serena, good lift on platform 1. Katie
think it's also interesting to bring up the fact of
Good lift on platform 2.
how your leverages for one lift can impact the other. The main one that I think of usually when it comes to that is having long arms, and how that is really good for deadlift and it gives you good leverages for it. However, your bench tanks because of it. Well, doesn't tank because of it, but that's just how you're built. You know, you actively are not as good at bench as you are naturally at deadlift. And it's kind of part of the sport, is taking advantage of your leverages.
Absolutely. Different athletes will have, different. If you're tuned into this stream and you have a powerlifter in your life, a friend, a family member, you may have heard the term or somebody referred to as like a bench specialist or a deadlift specialist, wherein they're just the way they're built, the way their body is, kind of lends them to be more successful in one lift versus the other. And yeah, Ben brings up a great example in that long arms. Long arms decreases your range of motion in the deadlift, but significantly increases it in the bench press.
That's right.
Katie Vanderplug, unsuccessful on that 77.5 second attempt bench. Jennifer Ear is going to be taking 82.5 kilos. Meanwhile, on platform 2, Charles C. successful on 92.5, as well as Jessica successful on her 95. Madison Lewis will be taking 95 kilos as well for her bench opener.
Robin Ray closing out second attempts with 90 kilos. We can hear the cheering from back here for Robin Ray.
Successful lift for Madison Lewis on platform 2. And worth pointing out for those watching at home, bench is probably the slowest moving lift in the progression of a meet due to kind of the technicality and the amount of, as we were kind of describing earlier, successful lift for Robin Ray, 90 kilos on that second attempt bench.
And it looks like Tammy scratched her third.
Yes, and that is we could talk about that. That is an option allowed to athletes who feel as though they may have really, depending on the day how they're feeling, if after their first or second attempt they feel as though they're not going to be able to really successfully put more weight on the bar, you can scratch any number of attempts to kind of conserve that energy going into deadlifts. Successful 95 kilo attempt for Anna Ayala on platform 2.
We got 45 kilos for Karen on platform 1 here.
Marlon Hubbard's going to be taking 100 kilos, triple digits on the bar for her bench opener. 2 white lights for Karen, 45 kilos. That's a good lift. Janice Havison is going to be taking 50 kilos for her final bench attempt here. Successful attempt for Marlon Hubbard. Sierra Adams, 105 kilos, is going to be put on the bar, as well as on deck, Heather Grinkley. Both will be taking 105 kilos. Successful effort for Janice. And yeah, there's something to be said about the masters lifters here competing at nationals. There's people who have picked up powerlifting. I spoke at, been here in Salt Lake City for a handful of days now, and at the USAPL's preferred gym, Big Mountain Barbell, there were some friendly members, both 60-plus years old, who had just gotten into powerlifting within this past year.
Wow.
An incredibly accessible sport, and something that is easy and definitely worthwhile to get into. And a credit to our athletes here competing on at the highest level here at nationals. Lynn Patag, 55 kilo third attempt bench. Sierra was successful with that 105 on her opener on platform 2. Heather Grinkley is going to be taking the same weight. Yes. So when that conversation about masters lifters, it's never too late to start.
It is not. No, there is no deadline or time limit on powerlifting whatsoever.
And there's plenty of resources available on the USA Powerlifting's website for finding meets near you, connecting with coaches, and just kind of learning more about the sport. If, with this big production, you could see yourself here someday. So, yeah, definitely check out USA Powerlifting. Lots of opportunities and resources available to you to just kind of get your feet wet in the world of powerlifting.
Certainly. And it is far from the worst activity you could be doing. If anything, it's actively good for you.
Absolutely.
Your
Helen
joints,
White's
your
got 60
bones.
kilos on the bar for third bench on platform 1.
It looks like
Hannah Peterson is going to be closing out
112.
our bench openers on platform 2.
112 kilos.
Helen successful on platform 1. And Hannah Peterson successful on platform 2.
Which is 248 pounds for those who don't know kilo conversions. 112.5 keys is 248 pounds. The rule of thumb for kilos to pounds is about 1 to 2.2. So 1 kilo is about 2.2 pounds.
For those crunching the numbers at home. Judy Drenth, 65 kilos on the bar, platform 1. Starting our second attempts on platform 2. Good lift for Emma Mancine on platform 1. Samantha Browning will be taking the same weight. Platform 2. Emma Mancine, platform 2. Samantha Browning, 47.5 kilos, platform 2. Judy unsuccessful in that 65 kilo effort on platform 1. Cheryl Stewart will be stepping up with 67.5 kilos. Samantha Browning successful on platform 2. Even from back here, backstage, we can hear the judges being very clear and firm and loud with their commands that they're giving these athletes. They're leaving no room for any question. The athletes need to be able to hear those commands clearly in order to successfully complete the lift.
That's right. And again, apologies for any delay or strangeness on the stream in relation to our commentary related to what you're seeing on the video. We are still just using LiftingCast. We do not have live footage of what you are seeing. So bear with us.
Samantha Browning successful on platform 2. Aiden Bain is going to be taking 60 kilos. Myra Armijo, 70 kilos for her third attempt on platform 1. Successful there on platform 1. $72.5 kilos loaded on both platforms. Samara Lanham, platform 2. Kelly Matthews, platform 1. Michelle Moe is on deck, platform 1. Will also be taking that 72.5 kilos. Samara Lanham, successful on platform 2. 3 white lights. Bumping up to 85 kilos for Amanda Lacasse. No lift for Kelly Matthews on her third. Michelle Moe will make her effort at 72.5 kilos.
Now this is the 16th Raw Nationals to date in the USAPL. First one was held in 2008, and I'm unsure of all the locations it was at, but I know last year's was in Nashville, correct?
Memphis, Tennessee.
My mistake. However, I don't think, has there ever been one in Minneapolis? I don't think so.
Not to my knowledge.
Not to mine either.
But yeah, I mean, silver linings of competing, you know, on the national stage here is the opportunity to see different parts. Like as we talked about earlier, how many different states athletes were competing from here at Raw Nationals. The opportunity to see someplace new. This is my second time in Salt Lake City. I'm seeing the beautiful mountains, sights, the Bonneville Salt Flats. It's a special little privilege to be able to travel to places I might not otherwise would have had it not been for powerlifting.
Certainly.
Well, Michelle Moe was unsuccessful with that 72.5 kilos for bench third. Serena Arave taking 77.5 kilos with Katie Vanderplug on deck taking the same weight. Gabriela Nunez, 90 kilos on the bar on platform 2.
It does look like high school nationals is close to our locale in the Midwest, with that taking place in Appleton, Wisconsin, assumedly at Limitless. Limitless is a popular gym out in Appleton, Wisconsin. They hosted Central Midwest Regionals this year. A nice meet, if I do say so myself. It was a nice venue, well run.
Serena Arave unsuccessful with that 77.5 kilos on platform 1. Gabrielle successful on platform 2 with that 90. Now Kristen Vilcek here, 95 kilos on the bar, platform 2. No lift for Katie, platform 1. Jennifer Ear looking to take 85 kilos for her third bench.
Something to add on to with what we talked about total earlier is total isn't always what matters when it comes to placements and meets. There's also what are called dots, which is a formula which takes into account a lifter's body weight in relation to their total. And if I'm remembering correctly, it is a proprietary formula. But it usually ranges. The elite level is about, I would say, 500 plus dots. But you're good if you're 400 plus too. I mean, there's all sorts of metrics, and I mean, you want to relate your progression to just yourselves, and not always compare to other people. But in the competitive area, it is obviously you are being compared to other people.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's lots of milestones that any individual athlete can strive for, both personal and outward. Say this national stage, while we have successful attempts from Jennifer on platform 1 and Charles C on platform 2, it feels just as good to hit a PR on the platform as it does to, place anywhere on the podium. It's, powerlifting leaves a lot of width for personal growth and competitive growth. And it's beautiful to be able to look back at your old numbers and say, I've come a long way from there. And then to have that celebrated on a national stage like this.
Very much so. It's very, very easy to quantify your progress.
Robin Ray successful with their last bench. Moving on to flight B on platform 1 here. Well, we await Madison Lewis taking 97.5 kilos on platform 2.
Platform 1, the highest total we have is from Jennifer Ear at 237.5 subtotal.
Good lift for Madison Lewis, 97.5 kilos. Our second attempt's breaking into the triple digits here on platform 2. Anna Ayala, 100 kilos. Celia Williams kicking off Flight B on Platform 1 with a successful 32.5 kilo bench opener. Eleni Green looking to take 55 kilograms for her bench opener on Platform 1. No lift for Anna, Platform 2, 100 kilos. Marlon Hubbard's going to be moving up to 105 kilos there. Eleni successful there on Platform 1 with a 55 kilo opener. Amy Lou King looking to take 57.5 kilos. Platform 1. Marlon Hubbard successful with her second attempt bench at 105 kilos. For those who may be just tuning in, we are well underway here. Day 2 of USAPL Raw Nationals here in Salt Lake City. This is session 1, the morning session of Friday. Thursday we had 2 sessions. This is the first full day. We're going to have 3 sessions here today. If you're just joining us, we're going to have an afternoon session as well, and make sure to stay tuned for our Primetime session starting at 8:30 Mountain Daylight Time tonight, where lifters were selected on a criteria based on being within a certain percentage of the winning total, having their qualifying total being within a certain percentage of last year's winning total. So the flights are going to be stacked there at prime time tonight. Make sure to tune in to this live stream to catch some very close action. Some positions and podium spots are going to be determined there. Madison Gingras, 60 kilo attempt successful on Platform 1. Sierra Adams, 110 kilo attempt successful on Platform 2. And Heather Grinkley looking to take the same thing. Hannah Peterson, Platform 2, loading up 117.5 kilos for her second attempt. Meanwhile, Kinley Hoyle taking 60 kilos on Platform 1. Will be followed up by Clara Baldessano, Platform 1 as well, keeping 60 kilos on the bar for the bench openers. Hannah Peterson, successful on her second attempt, 117.5 kilos. That leaves her with her second attempt, 2.5 kilos clear of the entered third attempts from Heather Grinkley and Sierra Adams, who will be taking 115 for their third, giving Hannah some room to breathe on that third attempt bench, whatever she chooses to take. Meanwhile, Clara Baldessano, successful 60 kilo bench on Platform 1, and Nandi Zay looking to take 62.5 kilos. $50 kilos loaded for Emma Mancine on Platform 2 for her third attempt bench. Nandi is successful on Platform 1. Julie Adams is going to be moving up to 65 kilos with Shara Kaplan on deck, taking the same weight, Platform 1. Emma Mancine successful on Platform 1. Samantha Browning is going to be taking 52.5 kilos. Also worth pointing out, we've spoken a little bit about the diversity of states represented here at USAPL Nationals. USAPL is growing worldwide. There are 6 guest lifters competing here across this weekend, featuring 6 different countries: Australia, the Bahamas, Colombia, Mexico, and South Korea. With USAPL growing and expanding beyond just the borders of our own country, we get to see a lot of great representation, not only in age classes, but different states and even countries. It's really wonderful to see here on the national stage.
Certainly so. USAPL even hosts meets in other countries as well. Like I know we have a friend going to South Korea, and there's USAPL South Korea, and he's going to do a meet out there.
Yep. Yeah, very exciting to watch the growth of the sport. Even as someone who's still relatively new, just over 3.5 years, for me personally, I evolved in the sport of powerlifting. It really had, I've got to get in and really watch this organization, this federation grow into, being able to host meets like this. Shara Kaplan, successful with the 65 kilo effort on platform 1. Sazna Jabari, loading 67.5 kilos. Aiden Bain was successful with 62.5 kilos on platform 2, being followed by Samara Lanham, 75 kilos for her third bench.
Looks like Hannah Peterson put in 122.5 kilos for her third attempt bench here, which will be closing the flight on bench.
Samara Lanham successful with her third attempt bench. Amanda Lacoste looking to take 87.5 kilos. Sazna Jabari successful, platform 1, 67.5 kilos. Deborah Mazzullo is going to be loading up that same weight. Amanda Lacasse, unsuccessful with that third attempt bench. That's going to give her a secured bench of 85 kilos moving into the deadlifts here. Gabriela Nunez, 92.5 kilos on the bar. And no lift for Deborah Mazzullo for the bench opener at 67.5. Robin Schell on deck there for 72.5 kilos on platform 1. No lift for Gabriella on platform 2. Going to be ending with a highest bench of 90 kilos.
Often you'll see, given bench is usually the lightest lift for each lifter, you will see the smallest jumps between attempts too, and we can see that clearly here with, at the most, usually 5 kilos, but 2.5 is very common.
Absolutely. And it also serves the lifter in the event, missing a third at 92.5 kilos when you already have 90 kilos secured. You're not losing many kilos off of your total.
Not at all.
There's room to spare there, especially moving into deadlifts.
It is a lot easier to scrap those extra 2.5 kilos on deadlift than it would be bench.
Robin Schell was successful with 72.5 kilo opener. Christina Lund looking to post 77.5. Kristen Vilcek successful on platform 2. Charles C. Eith looking to take the same weight, 97.5 kilos for her final bench attempt.
Looks like our stream is back up. We will be able to see lifts now here.
And for those of you who might be just tuning in, we are coming to you live, USAPL Raw Nationals in the Salt Palace Convention Center, Salt Lake City, Utah, as Charles C. Eith locks out that bench here, 97.5 kilos. That's a good lift.
And here you can see one of those unique setups with Ale here on platform 1. A lengthy bench setup, but you know, you do what you got to do as a competitor to gain all the advantages you can.
And I've found with powerlifters, they're not superstitious in the way of where they have a pair of lucky socks. It's more so, you know, having that routine, trying to get that bench set up, the deadlift, you know, routine as perfect and as repetitive as possible. It's all a matter of feeling comfortable and ready to be moving that weight.
And I think we got a field 100 keys on platform 2 there, unfortunate. I follow by the same rule. I do the same thing. I have my setups for each lift, and I try to do the same exact thing every time.
Yeah, muscle memory, making good lifting a habit. And Ayala looking for redemption on a 100 key third attempt.
Here's Stephanie with 82. Solid pause.
Quick work of that. For those of you watching at home, what you're looking at for your lifter's graphic, say Becky Enright here stepping up for her first attempt bench. We have the weight that she's going to be taking here for her first attempt bench, 85 kilos. That grayed out number to the left is their heaviest successful squat. Just keeping in mind, taking note of that as we move into deadlifts for position awareness and, you know, looking to make these podium spots. Madison Lewis, 102.5 kilos. We've broken into the triple digits here on platform 2. Third attempt bench.
Madison Lewis is also who set the squat world record earlier with 201 kilos. Looks like pulling out the bench blocks here, which are an option you can use as a powerlifter if you want the floor a little higher underneath your feet. That is legally allowed, and I mean, as you can see, they're doing it at the national level. Somewhat of a rare occurrence. I think a lot of people don't know you can do that as well.
Marlon Hubbard stepping up to take 110 kilos for a ride for a third attempt bench. Looks like this is an American record attempt from our.
Something is on the board, but we do
Let's
not
go,
have a
Omar.
display on the live stream here. Readjust
Getting the feet set.
Solid pause.
Good push.
That looked good to me.
Gino getting ready to raise that hand.
Yep,
That's a good
3
lift.
white lights.
On top of the bench. Congratulations, Bar.
On her record. Very nice. In the all green A7 attire as well, nonetheless.
Amy Lou King, successful attempt on platform 1. Sierra Adams taking 115 kilos on platform 2. No lift for Sierra. You'll notice the bench press is definitely where our spotters and loaders are working the hardest, getting both the bar height and the safety height set to the athlete specifications.
And giving the liftoff is an art form in of itself, too.
Yes,
it's not an
absolutely.
easy thing to do. So again, huge shout out to our spotter and loader teams here at USAPL Nationals.
No doubt. As you can see here, an example on platform 2 of an athlete taking a handoff from our head spotter. Athletes are given, with a no lift for Eleni, are afforded the privilege of letting the head spotter know if they'd like that handoff and exactly how they'd like it.
No lift on platform 2 with 115 keys. Me and Gunnar both actually opt out of a liftoff, but it is a valuable tool to have if for some reason you do need it.
Yeah, another matter of a lifter's preference and, getting
Exactly.
their exact specifications to feel the best they can
Right.
taking a lift. And then we have Hannah Peterson, 122.5 kilos.
270 pounds.
An
Almost
incredible
double that.
bench. Madison getting that 65 to the chest and locking out. Good lift here. Let's see what the judges say. They agree.
nice.
Good lift for Madison. And it's settling into the bench here. A lot of weight on this bar.
Wow.
Nice bench for Hannah Peterson.
With room in the tank. My goodness.
High five from Gino.
She will be closing on 300 soon. Again, Hannah Peterson has been dealing with a back injury, and just to be here and to put on this level of performance at Raw Nationals is incredibly impressive,
Commendable. Absolutely.
to say the least.
Get out the stopwatch for how fast that bench was dismantled as Hannah Peterson closes out our benching on platform 2. Preparing the deadlift, and now we can pay especially close attention to platform 1 here as we finish out bench press attempts. Working through the seconds, Clara Baldessano, Team 3 lifter, 65 kilos on the bar.
Looks like our video froze up again. Let's check LiftingCast. Did she get it?
Good lift.
She got it.
Oh, here
And
we
we
go.
are back.
Sazna Jabari, 70 kilos on the bar, is going to be followed. Our next 4 lifters are going to be taking 70 kilos.
And again with the A7 singlet. And the A7 socks. Proud sponsor of Raw Nationals here.
Yes, a big thank you to our presenting sponsor, A7, outfitting many, many of our athletes here at Raw Nationals. Start command.
Easy. I know, Gunnar, yourself, you use a relatively new A7 belt now, do you not?
Yes, I will be representing A7 on the platform tomorrow. Excited to be doing so.
Their rigor mortis stiff sleeves are some of the best on the market, if not the best on the market.
No doubt.
And stiff sleeves have been making a takeover in the powerlifting community as of late. They are relatively new development.
Yeah, as the sport grows and changes, definitely the technology, I suppose, is the word for it, or the
Right.
equipment that our lifters are using is growing and improving along with the sport. Good
Yeah.
lift for Julie Adams.
I tell you what, when I first put on stiff sleeves for the first time, it was a completely different experience.
Yes, quite the sensational difference, and
Yeah.
you could definitely feel it in those lifts. Shara Kaplan, 70 kilos.
Solid.
Very clean second attempt.
3 white lights.
It's going to be followed at 70 kilos by Deborah Mazzullo and Andy Z.
Here come the foot blocks again. I think they're setting them out there.
Deborah failed her opener, is going to need a successful bench attempt in order to post a total here. But moved up from that first attempt, obviously feels comfortable strength-wise.
She uses a relatively closer grip than most. If you pay attention to those rings on each side of the inside of the barbell, about 6 inches in from the rack, those rings people use as a reference point for their grip most of the time. I use my ring finger on those rings, but also it's within the rules that you have to have your pinky finger at least covering the rings. You cannot go wider than that. I'm not sure about narrowness, if there's a limit to how narrow you can grip, but I'm sure that's within the rules.
Andy with a good effort here. Second attempt. Moving up from all those 70 kilo attempts, we have Robin Schell going to be taking 77.5 kilos. And oftentimes you'll see on the stream, as our athlete here, Robin Schell, takes the bench off and to the right, a vast majority of our athletes here either have a coach or a handler with them in this backstage warm-up room, calling the shots, helping them with their attempt selection, getting them warmed up, and generally just paying attention. And they have a close relationship between athlete and coach, making sure that everything is looking good and they're making the right calls on game day here as Robin Schell locks out that bench press.
And it is pretty hard to do that stuff yourself, and that really is a testament to the importance of having a handler or your coach there to do a lot of that thinking for you.
Yes.
Because when you are in the moment, it is a lot.
Yeah, I subscribe to sincerely that the less I have to think about on meet day, the better I'm going to do.
Certainly. Like I said earlier, if I had to pull for the win at the last meet that I competed in, but I had no idea, and I prefer it that way. And I'm not sure if that's a common way to think or not, but I think it might be.
As Christina gets a successful lift here. Yeah, it's no doubt. I consider it an advantage to have a mastermind behind the curtain there while you just go out and perform your lifts. Ailey Benuelos, 85 kilos on the bar.
Looks like they're spraying the bench pad down a bit. Oftentimes you can get covered in chalk really quickly with every athlete chalking their back. Yeah, just spraying on the bench.
Just another one of the 100 responsibilities the spotters and loaders have for making a meet run, keeping the athletes safe, keeping the platform clean, and to a clean competition standard. Ayla waving off the spotter here for a lift off, or to not have a lift off, excuse me.
For some, I share this sentiment as well, but for some, it just having it lift off yourself sort of helps build the tension in the lats better, in my opinion, than receiving a lift off. And I like feeling the weight in my hands and pushing it with my lats to engage them. And I know a lot of people enjoy lift offs too, and like we have discussed countless times this meet, it is about what makes you perform best. There is no golden rule when it comes to any of this stuff.
Oh, not at all. No like specific advantage for any one athlete or the other when it comes to decisions like that. Good lift for Ayla, 85 kilos, bumping up 2.5 kilos for Stephanie Kotsifas. 5 kilo jump from her opener.
Here we see Stephanie benching with a belt on, which is allowed, and some people prefer and some people do not. For some, it helps feel the intra-abdominal pressure, as we use a lot, which we create with the Valsalva maneuver, which is taking a big breath in and bracing against your belt hard to build pressure in your trunk, which helps drive your trunk muscles to be more stable and just helps in general with force production in your major muscle groups. And hence why we do it in all three disciplines.
Absolutely. A very technical breakdown of what's going on here with each of these athletes. Becky Enright is going to be closing out Flight B here with our second attempt benches. Quick to the chest and quick off of it.
Excellent.
Very clean. 3 white lights.
Here come the foot blocks for Celia once again. 40
Here we
keys
go.
on the bar. Third attempts.
Celia getting settled under the bar here. Nice self unrack.
Solid pause, and with more in the
Very
tank.
strong, sticking with it. It's a good
Nicely
lift.
done.
It's so cool to see going from a master's lifter to a team lifter.
It
Really
is.
the width and scope of all of our athletes here represented at Raw Nationals.
Very much so.
Eleni Green going to be retaking the 60-kilo effort for her third attempt. We have Kenny the Ox holding down the fort on platform 2. Unracked for Eleni.
A fight. A fight.
Stick with it.
So close.
A battle for that.
Man.
No
Once-
lift for Eleni.
It's just that sticking point. If you can get past it, it is a matter of millimeters, inches. Just getting past that sticking point. You might be, those watching at home might be a little unfamiliar with these racks here, but these are called combo racks. You don't typically see them in commercial gyms, mostly powerlifting gyms. But they're very modular. They're really easy to move, which is why they're used at meets. And you can, as you can probably tell, both squat and bench in them.
Ooh, a very strong fight.
Close.
Having trouble getting past that sticking point.
And you can also see the arms they use to quickly readjust the heights between each lifter, which is also why we use combo racks here. You see them in powerlifting gyms, and people train on them for count specificity, but you don't necessarily need one to powerlift in the slightest. You can do it in normal power racks or squat racks.
But a matter of precision for our athletes here, really getting the heights, bar heights, everything settled in exactly how they want it for the best possible outcome when it comes to this national stage. Good steady bench for Kinley. And a good lift to boot. Our Minnesota spotter and lifter crew patiently awaiting first pulls here on platform 2 as we are steadily making our way through third attempt benches on platform 1. Madison Gingras, 70 kilos on the bar. Good fight, pushing past that sticking point.
And so deadlifts begin, and you will see Alyssa Wu has what looks like would be chalk on her legs, but that is in fact baby powder. And the reason we use that is so that there's less friction between the lifter's legs and bar and or arms. So during lockout, you're less likely to get stuck on the tackiness of sweaty skin on steel or skin on skin. So it just provides a little bit of a reduction of friction. And it is important. You will see basically every lifter will have baby powder on their legs, especially here at the national stage.
So Clara unracked 70 kilos on platform 1 here. The pit lifter.
Close.
Good fight. Little heavy off the chest. 65 kilos will be the heaviest bench for Clara.
However, on deadlift, you do not want to get your chalk and baby powder confused in either direction. You do
That
not
would
want
be
baby
bad.
powder on your hands, and you do not want chalk on your legs. Not good. Man, those TSS plates are so cool. The steel, chrome.
Yes. Very contributes very nicely
Yeah.
to the overall appearance
Very much.
of this presentation. Sherry Kaplan, 72.5 kilos on platform 1. To the chest very nicely.
Soft touch. Should be a good lift. And that
Strong
it is.
third attempt. Grace Rummel stepping up to the bar. Looks to be, will be a sumo puller here on platform 2.
And here you can see you do not have to wear a t-shirt under your singlet if you opt not to. It is an option. For squat and bench, you do have to wear a t-shirt, but for deadlift, you do have the option to take off your t-shirt underneath. And that can be so that there's less layers, so your belt isn't quite as tight for deadlift, but
A relatively recent rule change as Deborah grinds out that 72.5. Good looking bench press. 3 white lights.
the shirt with the singlets a relatively new rule change.
Within the past 2 or 3 years.
Ah, I did not know that.
Gabrielle, good lift on the deadlift. Conventional puller. Nandy Z, 72.5 kilos on the bar as well.
She has cool socks. Fighter.
You know, you look good, you lift good,
That's
you do
right.
good.
It is a mindset.
A lot of athletes bringing their best looks to the platform here at Nationals.
Quite the grind, but looks good.
Good lift on platform 2.
And one.
White lights across the board.
We love to see it.
$160 kilos. Loaded on the bar for Danielle Resnick.
353 pounds.
Julie Adams getting settled in for her 75 kilo third bench attempt. Getting her feet planted as Julie gets that bar to the chest and fights
What a
through that
fight.
sticking point.
What do the judges have to say? All right.
Firm
Great way to
lockout
end
for
bench.
Danielle. Absolutely. Good honest fight on the third attempt bench.
Looks like she took a 2.5 kilo jump and from 67.5 to 70 and then to 77.5 here for Sasna.
Feeling good. That also could have been the case of if maybe there was a timeout for the attempt selection, there would be an automatic 2.5 kilo jump up from your last successful attempt.
Definitely a plausibility.
As Madeline Painter pulls 160 kilos for a clean deadlift opener here.
And you can see here Sasna pushing the limits of that pointer finger on the ring roll here.
Yes, a
Really
variety of
stretching it out.
grips here at the national stage.
That's right.
Step. Good. Keep going. Nice job, Sasna. Let's see what the judges say. As Caitlin Del Piano gets 3 white lights for her deadlift effort on platform 2. Lift is good for Sasna.
2 white lights.
And I think it's generally accepted that the bench press is the least fatiguing of all 3 lifts. So, you know, having a grind for that third attempt, knowing that you've put everything you can onto that bar
Certainly.
is a good feeling going into the deadlifts.
Yes.
No worries of having taken too much like you do with the squat.
Yep. Squat, that is a worthy consideration. Just in case you need those extra 2.5, 5 keys on bench. And a fight from Robin, but no luck.
No lift for Isabella. Looks like she might have had a little bit of up-down motion at the lockout. Was not a strength issue by any means, and we'll see what she does for her second there.
Likely she will go up, considering she knows the strength is there, but it is a risk. Because, like we said before, you cannot go back down. And here
Maggie Stout.
Minnesota's own.
They call her Magzilla.
Magzilla on Instagram.
Christina Lund getting prepped and braced under that bar for her third attempt bench. Easy third attempt there.
Magzilla.
And a good lift to show for it.
We may not see it here as much, but there is a grip known as hook grip that we talked about briefly earlier. However, it is sort of less common with women, considering your fingers aren't as long as the males typically. But it involves wrapping your thumb around under the bar and then placing your fingers over your thumb with both hands in an overhand position. But like I said, we will predominantly, more than likely, see mixed grip here. But who knows? We'll see. I know Maggie Stout did pull hook grip for a while before switching over to mixed. And a speedy
Abigail, snappy first attempt deadlift on platform 2. Helena opening at the same weight as Abigail. And again, another near perfect attempt call on platform 1 for that final bench. A good lift. Helena, no issues there on the opener. Good lift. Stephanie Kotsifas giving some instructions to the head spotter there on the liftoff.
It's a good idea to communicate with the person giving you a liftoff what exactly you want. Because they deal with a lot of lifters, and it's a good idea to tell them again when you bench, because they likely will forget.
Yes. Yeah, they're going to see countless amount of athletes coming through these platforms here. So clear communication, avoid any unfortunate scenarios. Alyssa Wu taking her second. And a steady bench press for Stephanie on platform 1.
Quite the struggle for Alyssa here off the floor. Should be a good lift, though.
She's happy with it.
We'll see how much she goes up by for her third attempt.
Evelyn Jerome stepping up, 162.5 kilos. Well, Becky Enright settles into the bench here. Evelyn getting that bar all the way locked out. Good lift for Evelyn. Becky Enright, you can kind of see an example of someone who's a little more precise, getting those hands exactly where she wants them.
That's right.
Bar to the chest, and a very strong third attempt bench.
Just a very technical bench all around.
Grace Rummel, 167 kilos on the bar.
Rockets it up. Not a problem.
Fast. 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 We're going to be keeping 170 kilos on the bar for the next 4 lifters here on platform 2 on second attempt deadlifts.
Gives the spotters a bit of a break here.
Room to take a deep breath. They're working hard.
They are working hard. That is not an easy job. Hats off to the referees, too, the judges. Not
Absolutely.
an easy job either. A lot of calls you have to make that determines someone's performance.
Gabrielle sticking with it. No lift on platform 1 for Clara. We can hear it back here when a lifter is like, like Gabrielle just had a big grind on any number of lifts, deadlift, bench, anything. The crescendo of the audience getting louder and louder as they're getting closer and closer to locking out the bar. It's so much fun to see.
And we will very much see that when we get to third attempts here on platform 2.
Tirsa getting it locked out, 170 kilos. Nick Walker, one member of our spotting and loading crew. Even though the weight is staying the same on these bars for these next couple of attempts on platform 2, making sure those clamps are tightened down, the weights aren't rattling around, and everything is as it should be for our athletes here. Daniel Resnick approaching the bar here. Big brace and an even bigger pull. Got easier as it got higher. Good lockout by Danielle. A good lift. To give a quick recap of platform 1 as we've completed benching here for flight B. Highest bench is going to belong to Becky Enright. And our highest subtotal moving into deadlifts also belongs to Becky Enright at 272.5 kilos.
Right. Who do we have in the lead in flight A on platform 2 here? After first deadlifts.
After first deadlifts, we temporarily have Grace Rummel with 108, never mind. Bear with me here. Tirsa St. Fort is in the lead right now on flight A with 427.5 kilos.
All right.
With that second dead locked in. Isabella Tiles, 172.5 kilos. That was, so that first attempt was just a quick up-down motion at the lockout. Had no issue moving that weight up for the second attempt and getting it locked out for a good lift.
And that is sort of a controversial rule, is the up-down rule of a lift not counting if the bar goes up and down, even if you do fully lock it out after the up-down motion. And I'm sure the USAPL has put in thoughtful consideration into keeping that rule around. So.
Maggie Stout with a 7.5 kilo jump for a second. Feet into position.
You can see Carrie Tons in the right back there. Very smooth.
Good pull. The Strength by Tons team is locked in. If you're tuned in with us right now, we are coming to you live from the Salt Palace Convention Center here in Salt Lake City, Utah. And if you're having a good time watching this Raw Nationals event, worth mentioning that some upcoming also large events in the USAPL calendar are the Bench Press World Cup, taking place October 19th through the 20th in Lincoln, Great Britain. Abigail Broche setting up for this 197.5 kilo deadlift.
We'll be entering 200 kilo territory soon and
fast.
Just flies. 10
Very
kilo
fast.
Jump.
Australian Junior Nationals taking place September 21st through the 22nd in Deer Park, Victoria, Australia. High School Nationals in late March, Appleton, Wisconsin. Collegiate Nationals April 3rd through 6th, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And the Pro Series Finals in December of 2024 in San Antonio, Texas. Like we had mentioned earlier, USAPL is a worldwide federation with those meets taking place in Great Britain and Australia. It's cool to see the growth of the sport. And Helena kills that 202.5 kilo deadlift for their second attempt. And here we go. Third deadlifts. Excuse me.
Yep. Gabrielle scratched her third, it looks like. Stopped at 170. So we have Alyssa opening up 160 for thirds here. And this is where it gets interesting and where I'm sure some people are just now tuning in. So welcome.
And a lifter may scratch, or an athlete may scratch an attempt for any number of reasons. Injuries do occur on the platform. Oftentimes, if a lifter feels that they've given everything they have, there's no point in risking that chance of injury on, taking a weight that they're just not ready for. But yeah, so we have a scratch from Gabrielle Dardis, and Alyssa Wu has been given an extra minute because of that scratch to take her 160 kilo third deadlift. So Gabrielle almost doing Alyssa a favor there, giving her that extra minute of rest and preparation with that scratched attempt. Oh, excuse me, Alyssa Wu letting that timing out and allowing Evelyn Jerome that extra minute of time. Take 172.5 kilos on the bar. Again, speaks to the sportsmanship and camaraderie of these athletes competing here, even on the highest stage. Strong pull, gonna get past the knees.
Almost at lockout.
She's right there.
She's so
Just
close.
gotta get the shoulders back.
Oh.
And the grip looks like it might have started to peel away a little bit on that right arm.
Yep. Shoulders were not locked back enough.
Valiant effort for Evelyn Jerome.
Very much so.
Gonna be ending the day with an 162.5 kilo deadlift, resulting in a 440 kilo total.
Here we have Tirsa, the 175 keys, 386 pounds.
Getting that brace ready. Pulling the slack out of the bar.
A little bit of trouble.
Second wind, getting that snapped out after the knees.
Don't think they'll call hitching on that. Nope. Excellent.
It's a clean deadlift.
Shaking the judge's hand.
Classy.
Very much.
Have to respect it. Because, yes, the judges are working. We have a lot of judges here today. Oh, and over the entire weekend, not just today. Working very hard to make sure we've got a clean and fair competition going on for Raw Nationals. So, if given the opportunity to thank a ref, please do so, both for us and for our athletes here. Making everything work smoothly here in Salt Lake City. Calmly approaching that bar. Danielle, 175 kilos. Big pull, steady. Very strong. Gets that down command. Waiting for those three white lights. As we can hear Gino saying in the background, the lift is good. Spotter and loader giving the bar a little brush. So I would have to say probably all of these athletes for these deadlifts are putting chalk on their hands to get rid of the moisture in your hands and make sure that you have a nice strong connection to the bar when you're grabbing it. But over time, with all these athletes having chalk on their hands and grabbing the bar, it'll start to accumulate and fill up the knurling. And so getting it brushed off. Madeline, just a little too heavy off the floor there. No lift. But yeah, making sure we're like clearing that knurling just so that it can really dig into the hands and stay in the grip of our lifters.
Right. Once there's too much chalk, it starts doing the opposite. And baby powder can get on the bar too, which is not what you want.
Yes, would do the exact opposite of what you'd like to have happen. Isabella, calm, cool, collected, gets a hold of that bar.
We're getting close to 400 pounds here. Here's 397.
And a
Fights
good
through the lockout.
fight. Gets it locked out.
3 white lights. And now we enter 400 plus territory. We have 402 for Grace Rummel, 182.5 kilos.
Gets a hold of that bar, gets started quick, locks it out with authority.
Not
Good
an issue. Good
lift for Grace. Tammy Allen is getting us started back on platform 1. Our first step deadlifts. Makes quick work of that. Feels good about it. And a good looking belt on Tammy Allen.
Do I see Russell Orhe in the? Nope, sorry, that's my mistake. We got Caitlin Del Piano with 182.5. Close, but
Can't quite get it past the knees for Caitlin.
and likely even if she did lock that out, more than likely it would have been red lighted for hitching, which is kind of drawing up your thighs and using them as leverage to inch the bar up in the lockout, which is not allowed.
Karen Baldwin, good lift on platform 1.
This is Minnesota's own Magzilla, 185 kilos on the bar, 408 pounds. Maggie's a very technical sumo deadlifter.
This is a perfect example of the 2 different styles of deadlifting that are legal here at the USAPL. Janice locking out a conventional deadlift. Maggie setting up for a sumo deadlift. Good lift for Janice.
Nicely done, with a smile on her face too.
That is a, let me make sure I'm right here. That is a 9 for 9 meet for Maggie
I
Stout.
think so. Abigail will stay in first here with this pull. 207.5, 457 pounds. And her warm-ups have been moving incredibly fast with 10 kilo jumps in between. And I'm sure this will be no different.
Kelly Matthews locks that out.
Wow.
Fast.
And the emotions at an all-time high. That's the first place finish for Abigail. Helena Wu with a world record deadlift attempt here. We can see 215.5. That's only allowed for record attempts.
Helen White showing that 110 kilos who's boss on that first attempt.
And here's
Masters 4 lifters still deadlifting is endlessly impressive.
Very much so. And here is 475 pounds as a 60 kilo.
Head judge giving her
Head. A little bit of confusion here. I don't think they said bar is loaded quite yet. There's no countdown. A little bit of a mental reset. Can't let it get to her.
Michelle Moe, 117.5 kilos on platform 1. Not a problem at all for Michelle. Good lift on platform 1. Here we go, Helena.
World record. You can see her getting amped up here. Just absolute concentration. Come on, Ellen.
Let's get behind her here. Wedge, brace,
Up.
and that's good. That's good.
Wow.
That's good. Locked out.
Holy. She is fired up. I would be
That's
too.
a good
World
lift.
record. Wow. Incredible job.
You don't really see records move like that.
No, you do not.
There was more kilos on the bar there.
That's kind of ridiculous.
Incredible by Helena. That keeps her in second place, but an American record deadlift with authority and ease. Myra Armijo on platform 1. 122.5 kilos. Not an issue at all. That was
pretty ridiculous. It looked like she could have loaded 220.
well, she gets to keep breaking her own record at whatever meet she does next.
That's right.
Aiden Bain, first attempt deadlift, 85 kilos. Starting flight B here. No doubt there, and sets the bar down very politely.
Nicely done.
The platform appreciates that. Cheryl Stewart, 132.5 kilos. Well done for Cheryl. Fist bump from Gino. You know it's good.
We have just Samantha as a guest lifter here. 97.5 keys.
Jennifer Ear, our current subtotal lifter, stepping up to the platform. Samantha Browning.
We have yet to see any hook grip.
And a guest lifter, that could mean anything from that particular athlete may have missed weight and is still competing, or like we had mentioned earlier, there are 6 guest lifters from other countries. While still being able to compete on the national stage, their total doesn't shuffle into the final positions.
Looks like our stream is having some delay with updating.
This is Emma Mancine, 115 kilos on the bar.
Graphic is yet to update for either. Not entirely sure what's going on.
And our judge is being made aware of maybe a delay between our
confusion here.
lifting cast and the pace of the meet here, making sure everything is as it should be. Successful 115 kilo pull for Emma Mancine on platform 2. Samara Lanham stepping up with taking a big jump from that last attempt. 115 for Emma, moving up to 152.5 for Samara. Samara, has been described with baby powder on the legs. A good steady pull here for her first attempt. So now it is Serena Arave. Oh, with
easy.
A very fast first attempt. I almost blinked and missed it. Kristen Vilcek here.
We got Lynn coming up on platform 1 with 330 pounds.
This is 152.5 kilos on the bar on platform 2. Locked out with ease. And a good lift. Next up, platform 2, Marlon Hubbard, 157.5 kilos. Good lift for Lynn Patig on platform 1. Robin Ray stepping up with 152.5 kilos on the bar.
Mar with an easy opener, 157.
Robin Ray, platform 1. Gabriela Nunes, platform 2. Robin electing to wear knee sleeves on the deadlift, which is legal and some lifters prefer. But both those efforts on platform 1 and 2 very easy. Good lifts across the board.
The knee sleeves on deadlift is pretty uncommon to see, but yeah, like Gunnar said, it is legal, but just pretty rare. Here's Hannah Peterson opening with 170. The all-black A7 singlet. Hannah taking her time with setting her grip and her brace at the bottom.
Clean pull for Hannah. Good lift on platform 1 as well for Katie Vanderplug. Our second attempt deadlifts are getting started here with Tammy Allen on platform 1. We're going to have 172.5 kilos loaded on the bar for our next 4 athletes here.
It's a popular opener, I guess.
Sierra being our first to take a crack at it. And having no issues.
Here's Tammy with 92.5, second attempt.
Good strong pull for Tammy Allen.
Nice.
And she's having a good
excited.
time.
As she should be. We're here to have fun.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's something I've said before, you know. As long as it stays fun. Oh,
Yep. Easy
Jessica
open for Jessica.
Polygonis.
No baby powder yet either.
Quickly, wasting no time, getting that deadlift done and getting off the platform. Monta Lacasse here next, 172.5 kilos, staying on the bar.
Karen Ball at 95. Locks it out. And a good lift to platform 1.
Monta Lacasse, a very strong conventional pull.
We're still not seeing a single hook grip puller yet. And I don't think we will.
And to elaborate a little further on what my co-host Ben here is saying is, as you can see, Charles C here, one arm, they have their hands facing separate ways, hence the mixed grip terminology. Kelly Matthews having 115 kilos loaded on platform 1. Anna Ayala, 175 on platform 2. Our heaviest opener on platform 2 is going to be 185 kilograms.
Boy. Smooth lockout for Kelly. Very nice.
Clean lifts across the board. You'll see some of these lifters doing what seems like these elaborate kind of setup rituals, shrugging the shoulders, putting them down, getting those arms nice and loose. Helen White with a good strong pull. And a very considerate put down of the bar. Avoiding any red lights on a slamming of the bar call. But take, for example, Madison Lewis here with 182 kilos on the bar. Gets the belt locked.
She is
getting the
almost
arms loose.
What we call a frog stance deadlift here. Kind of in between sumo and conventional. That was the way Ed Cohen, one of the greatest powerlifters of all time, pulled as well.
Just like we were saying with the bench hand widths, there's a wide variety of foot widths for the deadlift.
Very much so. Some people, they're almost crushing their toes with the plates. Some are frog stance, almost like we see previously. And here we have a pretty normal conventional. A conventional.
Two pink singlets out there on the platform. Heather Grinkley, good 185 kilo deadlift for the opener. So waiting the judge's decision on that. Well, the bar gets scrubbed clean. Judy Drenth locking out that 130 kilos.
Very nice.
Good lift for Heather on platform 2, as well as for Judy on platform 1.
Now we enter into second attempts on platform 2 here. Some diplomacy going on platform 1 here.
And yes, as you can see on the stream, as Aiden locks out that second attempt deadlift, judges are not only critiquing and making sure that the lifts are to a comp standard, but they're behind the curtain making sure that the lifters are aware of the order that they're lifting in and are moving in a timely manner. And again, absolutely critical to making a meet run smoothly.
Right. Because orders do switch around as attempts are changed. You obviously go, I guess we haven't explained this, but the heavier you lift, the later you go in the meet in order. So if you, for example, two lifters both pulled 170 for their second, if one decided to do 177 and another decided to do 180, the 177 lifter will go first, followed by the 180.
Cheryl Stewart, strong walkout on platform 1. 3 white lights to show for it.
And here comes Emma Mansingh, 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds.
Jennifer Ear again, our subtotal leader, going into the second pull.
And here's the juxtaposition of the two different styles of deadlifting that you see across powerlifting. Extremely good example of it.
Yes, both athletes finding a way to get it done. Good lifts across the board. Getting the bar loaded on platform 2 is 162.5 kilos for Samara Lanham. Serena Rave, 147.5 kilos.
Excellent pull. Lots of room to go off there.
Bar lifts. Marlon Hubbard stepping up to the platform, 165 kilos for the second attempt.
364 pounds.
Getting focused up here before grabbing that bar.
A little bit of shakiness in the hips, but
Finished it strong.
here's Lynn with 160 keys.
Locks it out, getting it past those knees.
Excellent.
Kristen Vilcek, platform 2, 165.5 kilos. Gets the feet planted. Grabs the bar with authority and gets that lift finished out. Good lift for Kristen Vilcek.
Here comes Robin Ray. Smooth.
Very fast second deadlift. 10-kilo jump for Robin Ray from 1 to 2. It'll be interesting to see what she decides to take for that third.
We'll see.
Katie Vanderplug, last second attempt deadlift here on platform 1. Gabriela Nunez, 175 kilos on the bar for platform 2. A little bit of a hiccup just past the knees, but we'll see what the judges say. Got it locked out. It's a good lift. Hannah Peterson, 180 kilos on the bar.
Quite close to 400, 397 pounds.
Gets a hold of the bar. Katie Vanderplug with a very strong conventional deadlift. And as Gino has just announced, a new world record for Katie Vanderplug, 175 kilos.
Oh.
As well as a good lift for Hannah Peterson. Sierra Adams, a very firm second attempt deadlift.
Tammy Allen coming at us with third deadlifts here on platform 1, 97.5 keys. Brushing the feet off. There's baby powder likely all over the warm-up room back there.
Jessica yet again bringing the energy. A big fight for Tammy. Past the knees. Sticking with it.
Holy moly.
Oh.
What a fight. So close.
Still has plenty to be proud of. That was a fight for that pull.
That was a fight.
Jessica's deadlift successful on platform 2. Yeah, that was an effort.
And I think she still is in first place for Masters 4.
And Ayala getting psyched up to take this pull. Well done to lock that out. Good lift for Karen Baldwin. Gino giving some flowers. Two white lights for Charlesy. Good for a good lift on platform 2.
Here comes Janice, 107 kilos, 237 pounds, Masters 4 lifter.
No trouble for Charlesy on platform 2.
Smooth for Janice. That bar is sharp. You can see her shake her hands off after.
Amanda Lacoste, 187.5 kilos loaded on the bar. Firm pull for Amanda. Kelly Matthews gets prepared for her 120 kilo third attempt deadlift. Gets off the floor.
Excellent. Perfect
Made it
call.
Look good.
Nicely done.
There's some white lights. Madison Lewis, 190 kilos on the bar here. Gets a hold of it.
Little trouble at the top, but got through. Nice. Blue.
It's a good lift.
Maybe some downward movement they saw. Helen White opts out of the 120 pull.
Heather Grinkley, 195 kilos on the second platform.
We're approaching the 200 kilo mark here. 430 pounds for Heather Grinkley.
A very fast second
Light
attempt for
work.
Heather. I have to imagine she will be pulling last here for Flight B on platform 2.
I think so.
And here we go, rolling into third attempt deadlifts on platform 2 for Flight B. As Michelle Moe has a successful attempt at 130 kilos on platform 1.
Here comes Aiden Bain, 97.5. Not quite there today.
Honest effort by Aiden there. He's going to end the day with a 92.5 kilo deadlift.
Judy with a successful pull, but there may be some downward movement in that. We'll see what the judges say. Nope. Clean.
Good lift for Judy Drenth. Myra Armirho has had some very fast deadlifts so far. Let's see how she finishes out. 10 kilo jumps along the way. Good strong final pull while Samantha locks this out.
Smooth 120 pull for Samantha.
White lights. Cheryl Stewart gets it broken off the floor. No lift for Cheryl. Emma Mancine will be staying in second place regardless of the success of this lift in the raw teen 67.5 kilo weight class, but 130 kilos on the board. Both these athletes prepare to grab the bar and pull. Conventional puller on platform 1 and a sumo puller on platform 2. And a master and a teen lifter.
Jennifer opts out. Emma pulls through the
Emma,
130.
big pull and happy with it.
Big smile.
Good
That's what
lift
it's
for
about,
Emma.
ladies and gentlemen.
Next up, we have Serena Arave, 157.5 kilos, platform 1. Samara Lanham, 167.5 kilos, platform 2. Good pull for Samara.
And Serena fighting.
Stay with
Fighting.
it. Ooh.
Oh. Close. Extremely close.
With Samara's successful pull at 167.5 kilos, she will be placing first in the women's raw teen 2 division, 67.5 kilos. As they get their bar prepared for Marlon Hubbard.
Mar with 170 kilos on the bar, 375 pounds.
Also will be placing first in the Women's Raw Team 3, ages 18 through 19, 67.5 kilo. Let's go, Mar!
Wow.
Locks that out.
Slow
Coach
off the
Tons is
floor,
happy.
but wow.
Mar's happy. That's a good lift.
Here's Robin Ray.
Initiates the pull here. Fast.
Flies up. What a pull.
And she's happy. That's going to be, Robin Ray is going to be our first place finisher for the Women's Raw Master 1, 60 kilo weight class.
I think we have some kind of record for Lynn Pitig here in the Master 2 division. 60 kilo Master 2. This will keep her in first place.
Christian Vilcek locks out that third attempt deadlift. American record attempt for Lynn, getting that extra half kilo on the bar. Maybe some conferring with the judges back there. We got a thumbs up.
Let's go, Lynn.
Gino gets the crowd ready for this record attempt on platform 1. Gabriela Nunez is going to be taking 182.5 on platform 2. Come on.
So close.
Getting stuck at the knees there for Gabriela. No lift on the third. She'll be ending the day with an 175 kilo total. Here we go, Lynn. Wants the crowd with her. Let's get behind her. Bring in the intensity. Gets a good hold of that bar.
She's at the pole.
It's good. She's got to lock out the shoulders.
She's almost got it.
She's there. She's fighting with it.
So close. Let's. I don't think so. It was such a battle, though. Hats off, Lynn. Here's Hannah Peterson
taking this third attempt.
185.
And that's going to go.
Wow.
Yeah, Hannah.
Wow.
That is going to put Hannah into fourth place for the Women's Raw Open 67.5 kilo division.
Excellently done. Mistake.
And do keep in mind these placements that I am mentioning. There's a primetime session tonight that could include lifters in these weight classes. So there's still some shuffling to take place as Anna fights for this third deadlift, 185. Ooh, looks like she got it. Get away. No lift for Anna.
It happens. Here comes Katie with 180 for her third and Jessica for 187.5 for her third. Katie grinding for the third. Looks like she got it. Here's Jessica. And she has it. Good lift on platform 1 and a good lift on platform 2. Here comes Charlesy with 190 kilos, 418 pounds. serious weight. We are closing in on 200 kilos. Grinds with
Wow,
90.
a strong pull for Charles here.
Celia opening with 65. Nicely done. In deadlift, there's only one command. As soon as you get bars loaded, it is up to your time when you initiate the pull. Your only command is down. So once you are locked out at the hips and shoulders and knees for at least a brief moment, they will give you the down command and you set the bar down. But you have to keep your hands on the bar the entire time. You cannot let go of the bar. You cannot slam the bar. And that's it. There's one single command for deadlift. Pretty simple. Here's Sierra Adams, 424 pounds.
Past the knees.
So
Gotta get
close. Not quite. It happens.
Good effort by Sierra. Sazna makes quick work of that 100 kilo opener on platform 1. We're getting to our final 3 pullers here on platform 2. Madison Lewis. Going to be maintaining her first place standing as of right now with a good pull.
Here's our, she's a sort of frog stance deadlift like we talked about previously.
And
fight at the lockout.
Nice.
Maybe a little bit of hitching, but we'll see what the judges say. Oh, so close. No lift. That is unfortunate. Maybe they will try to go to the jury with it, but we will see.
Clara, pit lifter, leaving no doubt on that 120 kilo opener.
Here's Amanda, 197 keys. We are closing in on 200 kilos here, 435 pounds.
Great steady pull from Amanda.
Just
Gotta
lock
get
it
locked
out. With a smile on her face. Excellent job. And we are breaking the 200 kilo territory here. 200 kilos on the dot for Heather Grinkley. Keeping her in second place.
Madison Gingras on platform 1, 125 kilo successful attempt. Well, Shara Kaplan steps up here on platform 1. Heather Grinkley, the heaviest pull of this flight on this platform.
Rockets it up. Wow.
Gets it done. That is a good lift.
That was a great pull. And that closes up platform 2. And now we are just platform 1, flight B.
As it currently stands, just to wrap up platform 1, in the Women's Raw Open 67.5 kilo class, as of right now, Madison Lewis is in first place with a 493.5 kilo total, followed by Heather Grinkley with a 480 kilo total, and then Sierra Adams with a 475 kilo total. Waiting on the result for Christina Lund's 130 kilo opening deadlift on platform 1.
We do have some issues with our stream now. We are freezing on our monitor again.
Good lift for Eleni. Robin Shell is going to be stepping up here with 140 kilograms.
Thing's frozen again.
Waiting the judge's decision here for Kinley. I'd like to serve you the reminder that the action does not stop here. This is only day 2 of 4 for the USAPL Raw Nationals 2024 in Salt Lake City, Utah. This is also just this is our first full day here on Friday. This is session 1. We have 2 more sessions. The afternoon session beginning at 1 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time, and the prime time
He's going against his arch nemesis tomorrow.
And we're back in action here at the Salt Palace Convention
Hello,
Center.
everybody. Hello, everybody. Excuse the interruption.
Successful lift for Ailey Benuelos, 152.5 kilos. Becky Enright preparing here. Becky Enright setting the position here for the deadlift. Belt is tightened. Coach is standing by, eagerly awaiting the result here. Easy pull for Becky here on the opening attempt. Stephanie Katsifas, 170 kilos. Going to be our heaviest opener here for Flight B on Platform 1. Approaches the bar, gets those feet rooted. Having a nice, good connection with the ground, it just makes that deadlift feel a lot smoother.
Certainly. That's why those Vivo Barefoots have become pretty popular in the powerlifting community, and along with other wide toe box, thin sole shoes. A lot of people really prefer them for squats and deadlifts. Bench, it's a little bit different, but kind of across the board.
You'll see, yeah, a variety of footwear, all kind of looking to fill that gap of like being comfortable and making a lot of contact with the floor. It looked like Stephanie was actually wearing wrestling shoes. That's another kind of very popular option among power lifters for just having good contact with the ground with a lot of grip.
Even Vans as well. A lot of people like Vans.
Yes.
But people also use, like we saw earlier, the heeled squat shoes, which kind of, it pitches your ankle forward a little bit so you can get more knee travel forward. thus use your quads a little more. It also can be help if you struggle to hit depth. Lockout of 72.5 kilos by Celia Williams here. But somewhat of a popular choice.
$5-kilo jump up to 105 for Sazna Jabari. Wide stance for Sazna as she gets her breath here and settles into position. For those of you who have joined us here on the live stream for day 2 of the USAPL Raw Nationals competition, want to give a big shout out to our presenting sponsor A7 for helping putting a lot of effort into getting this competition put forward, as well as the Barbell Productions team, Bryce Lewis, Kevin Land, for providing this live stream and all media services, photo and video packages for our athletes, and promotional materials, social media, everything you're going to see online about this event, which is going to be plenty. A lot of good quality content is coming from the Barbell Productions team. So if you know a member, please give them our heartfelt thanks and appreciation. As Nandi Z gets a successful attempt here on the deadlift.
I'd also like to give some shout-outs to 110 and Worker Brand.
Yes, all of our
110's
sponsors here for the USAPL Raw Nationals, making all of this possible, growing the powerlifting community, and it needs to be said, this doesn't happen without people working hard and caring about the sport and wanting it to grow.
Absolutely. I myself use 110, 110% pre-workout.
As do I.
It's delicious flavors. That's the main reason, but it also works pretty well.
Clara, incredibly fast second pull here. Coach looked very, very impressed there. Amy Lou King going to be stepping up to the bar, 132.5 kilos. Popping out in the red socks and singlet. Good strong pull. Good lift.
Here we have Shara Kaplan coming in, 135 kilo pull, getting close to 300 range, 298 pounds. Also using some wrestling shoe.
Taller lifter, a lot of ROM, but makes quick work of it.
Mm-hmm.
As I realize I say ROM, I mean range of motion. And we had a small conversation about this earlier about, certain body types just contribute to different advantages in the different lifts. Longer arms definitely being beneficial in the deadlift. Madison Gingras, 137.5 kilos.
303 pounds. Somewhat of a grind for a second attempt. It was a 12.5 kilo jump.
Takes it in stride for 3 white lights. Christina Lund.
Same weight for Christina. Big brace, wedge, and speedy. You'll see all these lifters too, as we talked about earlier, doing the Valsalva maneuver, but taking a big breath into their belt, into their belly, bracing out against their belt. and creating all that intra-abdominal pressure.
Another good pull. 140 kilos locked out by Eleni. I'd also like to take the time to issue a quick blanket apology to any mispronunciations of names. Deborah Mazzullo. 150 kilos on the bar.
There's a pair of those barefoot shoes I was talking about, the ones that have wide toe box so that your toes really move. Deborah locks out 150 keys, 331 pounds.
3 white lights. She feels good about that.
Robin Shell for her second attempt at 152. Excellent. She's got the yellow A7 attire. Yellow?
A lime green.
Lime green. My mistake.
I apologize. We have a colorblind commentator on the cast.
We do.
It is a common affliction. Kinley Hoyle, 155 kilos on the bar.
342 pounds.
Good lift for Kinley.
The A7 singlet is really popular here, if you couldn't tell. And for good reason.
High quality performance apparel and a high quality second pull.
And
Julie Adams.
Affordable price, too. I especially like them Luno singlets that have the demand greatness down the spine. I think that's really cool. I have one of those myself, and I like it a lot. And I know a lot of people are avid users, as you see here, of the SBD belt, but I myself am not a big fan. I've tried Peoples before, and I'm not a huge fan. I don't know how you feel about it.
I can't say I've ever used the SBD belt.
Smooth lockout for him.
Good, strong second pull. There's nothing like having, making really light work of your second pull to give you a lot of confidence going
100%.
into that. What some would say is like the home run of a powerlifting meet is a big third deadlift.
Yep. I think arguably going off of that, probably the most important, to me at least, attempt of the meet is my second squat. That really, I think, sets the tone of how it's going to go. Or at least is a big contributor to it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot to be said about a lifter's emotions and momentum 100%. Going into each attempt at a big event like this.
Becky Ann Wright, no baby powder for a second attempt.
Good pull for her. Doesn't seem to give her any trouble.
Yeah,
good lift.
Momentum is certainly a huge part of it, because it is a mental game as well, to say the least.
Absolutely. You're battling a lot of emotions, a lot of nervousness, excitement. You're also probably fighting against, sometimes it is a lot depends on just the day. You wake up, you need to make weight, and there's a lot of factors that contribute to how you're going to feel on any given meet day.
Especially considering most of these lifters have traveled too. And
yes.
quite the distance.
the double-edged sword of a beautiful location like Salt Lake City is, we only have 20, well, I shouldn't say only, 21 lifters from the native state of Utah, but a lot traveling here to be here on this particular day.
Nice.
Stephanie Katsifas staying at the end of the flight here for second attempts.
And we move into thirds. Celia Williams, 5.5 kilo jump. 5 kilo jump to 77.5 kilos.
Getting that bar loaded for Celia to kick off these thirds.
Let's see it, Celia.
Here we go.
Very nice.
Gets that bar locked out. Fantastic day for Celia. Only missing her opening squat, finishing 8 for 9. Masters 3 lifter.
Here's Sazno with 110 keys, 243 pounds. With some system of a down plane.
One of the wider deadlift stances we've seen so far today.
Sure looks like it.
Come on. There we go.
Quite the grind. Nicely done.
Fought it off the floor, but then it really popped up about a quarter of the way through that pole.
It's kind of the product of sumo, it seems, too. Sumo is, compared to conventional, relatively slow off the floor, and faster lockout, whereas conventional is usually the opposite. I say usually because obviously there are exceptions to this rule, but somewhat of a frequent occurrence between the two.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times here on the live stream where some of our conventional athletes are, the sticking point is right around that knee area once you're well off the floor, and just try to maintain that momentum in the lockout.
Here's Nandi, 125 keys. Smooth lockout.
And thanks the crowd.
Yep. Class act. We'd love to see it.
Representing Pitt on that singlet, 135 kilos on the bar.
Just under 300 pounds. Wow.
Well done by Clara.
Well, you'd rather walk away wishing you loaded more than wishing you didn't load a weight. And
Absolutely.
So.
The name
pumped anyway.
Yes, and the name of the game with powerlifting is consistency.
Right.
Being able to just continue getting better over time is going to be all the better for you as an athlete.
137 kilos, 303 pounds.
Nice pull for Amy. But yes, going back to that idea is, ending by hitting your third deadlift is just, both from a mental and physical standpoint, more encouraging as you get into prep for your next meet or the next event or whatever you're looking to do. Keeping a positive outlook and attitude and high energy is all the better for you.
Going 9 for 9 is one of the best feelings.
Absolutely.
9 for 9 is the goal. Here's Madison. 142 keys, 314 pounds.
Good pull. It's past the knees.
And she can lock it out.
She's going to get that locked out. Getting that bar brushed off. Christina Lund to step up.
314 pounds yet again, 142.
It's going to stay loaded for our on-deck lifter as well. There we go. Christina gets prepped, gets a hold of that bar. Locks that out with authority.
It looks like we have some gaming for last pull here, with Stephanie punching in a 215 pull, unless that is her actual third. We'll see. She might just be trying to secure the last pull here, but that is a massive jump if so. Regardless, I'm excited.
Absolutely, yes, and we've kind of alluded to some of the gamesmanship and strategy of a powerlifting meet as Elodie locks out this deadlift. Coach is hyped, she's happy.
With the clap, we love it. And there goes her bracelet, unfortunately.
Oh.
Did that?
Well,
you get lost in the excitement.
But yes, so the coach or handler, or you are allowed to submit up to 2 attempt changes for that third deadlift in order to kind of, as Ben just said, really game to try and get that last pull and force some of the opponents in those positions that you're battling for to be able to take the heaviest last pull and like put your position into your own hands with that third attempt deadlift.
Well, 145 here, 320, grinding through it. No hitching, I don't think. That should be a good lift. Waiting on one judge here. And it's a good lift. I remember before my final pull, I saw that my coach put in, I think it was 335 keys. And I didn't really know that was a thing you could do. So I thought that's what I was pulling. I ended up that was just gaming me for last pull. So I just pulled 300. But yeah, that is kind of really the only sort of strategy to interfere with other lifters that you have in powerlifting. And interfere is kind of in a liberal use of the word. We do have a record. I think this is an American record for Master 3 for Deborah here.
Here we go. Deborah Mazzullo stepping up to the bar.
Let's see it. 152. 2.5 kilo jump. Breaks the floor. A little bit of wobble.
And
she's still going.
With it. She can lock this out.
She got it.
Stay
Come on.
Stay with it.
Oh, they're going to. Oh. No. Oh. So close.
Another fantastic fight for it.
Valiant effort. That 215 is still in.
That is true. Yeah, keeping an eye on this attempt selection for the final pull, Stephanie Katsifas. Second attempt was 182.5 kilos. Currently entered for deadlift is 215. As we were just discussing, that's
a 27 kilo jump.
Seems like it would be an effort just to have that final pull.
Right.
But again, paying attention to that, we'll make sure to say something if we do see that change. Robin Schell. Ooh, good and strong past the knees. Followed through.
In the lime green A7, I just learned.
Big hug to coach. That's a good day.
The best feeling to finish a meet is securing that third pull. There is nothing like securing a third pull. I've only done it once, and it was great. Here we have Kinley Hoyle coming up with 165, 364 pounds. Again, these are lifetime goals of some people, and she is loading
Keep
it
fighting
as a teen.
Right there at the knees.
So close. Even 155 is a lifetime goal for a lot of people, and she is doing it as a teenager. That's just ridiculous. I don't think I was even deadlifting that much as a teenager.
I'd be very surprised. I wonder, yeah, what about the weight I was at
Yeah.
that young, 18, 19 years old?
You have Julie Adams, 167 kilos, 369 pounds.
Stuck with it in that kind of quote-unquote frog stance.
Yep. Excellent lift, though. And Stephanie has changed her attempt to 192.5. It was gaming for last pull. Okay.
So, yeah, Stephanie has secured that last pull. The heaviest deadlift of this platform, session 1, is going to be 192.5 kilos.
£424.
Got faster. She kept going.
Wow.
Becky Enright.
Still no baby powder. She just doesn't need it. Nice pull.
A truly raw lifter.
Truly raw lifter.
And it looks like Stephanie, that third attempt selection to get this last pull was in an effort with a little bit of a battle between herself and Becky Enright, having just completed that deadlift. Becky, as it stands, is going to be taking first place in the Women's Raw Master 1 category. And Stephanie, well, let's worry about Ailey Benuelos at 175 kilos,
Yes.
Women's Raw Team 3.
386. $175 keys.
Good off the floor. That last
Grind through
section
lockout.
gets it locked.
Very nice.
Fantastic pull. That was just about leaving everything on there.
Yep. Perfect third pull.
And here, our heaviest pull on this platform, Stephanie Kotsifas.
424 pounds. As a Masters 1 lifter.
A 10-kilo jump from her second attempt. And this will keep her in second place if she's successful.
Let's see it, Stephanie.
Here we go. Close us out.
Big conventional pull here.
She looks ready. Getting that brace set.
For all the marbles here. Just move out the
Good off
ground.
the floor, past the knees. She has it.
She can do it.
She's got to get it.
Wow.
Nice. Stephanie Kotsifas. Let's
Three
see
white
what the judges
lights.
say.
Come on. All right.
3 white lights. Gino raises her hand.
That'll close up session 1, day 2, folks. This has been Ben Johnson and Gunnar Gronsky, hailing from the Midwest.
If you couldn't tell from our accents, I'm sure. But yes, coming to you from the Salt Palace Convention Center, Salt Lake City, Utah. Please stay tuned. There are 2 more sessions after this tonight, 8:30 prime time. That's going to be one that you're not going to want to miss.
Make sure you watch it.
But we are, thank you for joining us on this live stream, and we'll see you next time.